Hey everybody, this is Doc Mack at the Galloping Ghost Arcade. It's Monday, August 13th, 2012. Tonight's our second year anniversary here at the Galloping Ghost Arcade. We're just doing an open podcast as a way to say thanks to everybody who, over the past 2 years, have made this the #1 arcade in the United States. We're going to talk with as many people as we can and see if they can't tell us about some of their experiences here and share some memories that they've had since we've opened. Tonight, right now, we're joined with Dellutri, who I've known for many years. He is on our Galloping Ghost Productions team and is one of the stars of both Dark Presence and Conquering Light. Chris here has been involved since the arcade opened, and he was with us when we got our first batch of game. He was always supportive of the initial concept of the arcade. He was here many late nights with me as we were building arcades in the late hours before we opened. So, hi Chris, how's it going?
Great, pleasure to be here.
Thanks for you're here. It's normally on your Monday night. You have worked on a number of machines with me over the years. Tell us about some of your experiences here in the arcade and how the arcade has been.
Oh Lord,
and affected you.
I don't sleep as much anymore, but prior to opening the arcade, staying here for the months beforehand, working on the games, I'd work a full 48 hours of my normal job, and I would come in here and after midnight work till about 6 or 7 in the morning for I don't remember how many months that was, just fixing games, learning, electrocuting myself, learning from your mistakes and whatnot. But it's been a great experience. It's something that not many people in the world get to do, and it's kind of like reliving your childhood from the ground up all over again, and getting to see what what goes behind an actual arcade.
Cool. I know when you started here, you didn't exactly have a vast knowledge of arcade tech, and weren't used to working on the machines, and now
nothing at all.
And it again is always interesting. Like, it's a dying breed of people that know how to work on these things, which, again, we're just joined by Brandon Diaz, who is also here, who helps me repair a lot of the games. He's one of the few people that I really feel comfortable with working on the machines. How long have you been working
now? Started working here, I guess, like when MK9 came out. I know you just put up that cabinet. So probably a couple months over a year. I think it came out in May or something, 2011, so now it's 2012.
And I remember you were coming here just mostly to come and play games and stuff initially. And
right.
He was a customer first.
He was a customer first, and I remember the Thwomp event that we had was really the... I had known who you were, but that was really a pinnacle time of when your involvement with the arcade really changed stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
From customer to security to tech.
Pretty much.
Since you've been working on the arcade games here, what's been some of your most interesting ones that you've worked on? Again, for you, you hadn't had much experience where, like, you had knowledge of electronics and stuff,
sure,
but not specifically arcade cabinets.
Right.
So.
I'm pretty good, fixing stuff and taking things apart, just in general. But like arcade cabinets, I have to say, like, their designs aren't the best there ever were.
Agreed.
Like Terminator literally ripping itself apart from the inside. But like working on them, a lot of them are pretty cool, like cruising, the things that are going on in that thing. I wish we could get that moving.
We will. That will move one day.
Gyrating and stuff, and it's not. But
he was on a mission when he first started taking that apart.
Yeah.
Trying to get the actual thing to start moving and turn around and whatnot.
There's a lot of things that need to go on in that cabinet.
to work on a big project when there's so many the day-to-day of everything going down.
Yeah,
and
the small repairs and stuff that like they're really important too, because as important as it is to get one cabinet up, and there's 5 small things not working properly. Basically, you have 5 cabinets that are down, essentially. So
there's different degrees of cabinets being down. But definitely here it's always been what has made us so recognized is making sure that everything is playing as good as possible. And
right,
it is a never-ending thing.
Important thing, very, very important. Never-ending. Exactly.
And I know, like everyone, hopefully everybody appreciates how much effort goes into keeping all the cabinets up and running, and I greatly appreciate the amount of stuff that you've done to help me and take things off of my plate, just because things are getting so busy here. And it is very easy for things to go bad inside of a cabinet.
Right.
We've had people that have want to help on cabinets, and they just don't really get the wiring. And
right, yeah, it's just there's so many things going on. As simple as it is, it's just there's so much going on that it can be really complicated inside. And
have you had a favorite cabinet that you've worked on, though? Like something you're like...
I don't know. I mean, it could have been Out Foxy's if Out Foxy's was the way that it was supposed to be. Like, I'm still not done with Out Foxy's. I want it to be the way that it should be.
Out Foxy's, what we had planned for the Out Foxy's cabinet was a very larger scale project than what ended up being going out on the floor. Out Foxy's, for those that remember, we let it up as a mystery cabinet. We promoted it on Facebook and talked about when we were adding light guns to it and gun pedals and all these things that we were showing pictures of us working underneath a sheet so nobody could see what game we were working on, and boasting that nobody has played this game, and it was a very unique game and very cool. Some of the stuff that didn't make it out on Out Foxy's was the rotating marquee on top. We had actually done
racetrack
sprite captures of the characters running that we were going to put on a racetrack and actually encircling the outside marquee area.
Going inside and
going
coming back
through the
around.
cabinet. It could have been, and
still could
potentially, if
potentially
time
could
permits,
still.
but in the last year that Out Foxy's has been up, it has not permitted us to do that.
Popularity is not so amazing, even though it's an amazing game. I mean,
it is. We have people come in when we're saying we're having tournaments. They come in from out of state just to play this game.
Right.
But
casual gamers don't get it, but
right.
It is what it is.
For sure.
I mean, rotating marquee could probably grab a lot of attention. Like, oh.
Sure.
But eventually, I'm sure.
Could also be broken by people.
I'm sure that will happen.
And then just be on the list
We'll have
of
to be
things
completely
to fix.
encased or something so nobody can touch it.
But any projects that you are looking forward to working on? I know we've always got so many new games that we're putting up. We just got 3 new mystery games today that we haven't even announced yet. But is there anything that we've kind of let it be known that we're doing that you're anxious to do?
I don't know. I mean, I don't really know too many things that that we really are going to be putting up. Like, I'm not super excited or anything about any of the ones in particular. I know
we
MK.
did really race to get.
Yeah.
Right now we're at 352 games, which we're the second largest arcade in the U.S. We're still shooting for that number 1 spot. I know Fun Spot has, according to Arcade, they have 373 machines. Whether or not that's their accurate number, I don't believe it is, but we'll see. It's always going to be interesting to see the games count change. Like we've seen Pinball Wizards, I believe, out in New Hampshire. They went up 20 games last week. So,
really?
Yeah, they broke 300. They're
wow.
like 302. So
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're trying to catch up, right?
It's going to be a never-ending race.
Yeah,
so.
it will be.
Friendly
eventually.
competition.
Oh, it's all good. And I honestly haven't been in touch with them. I just see what they're doing on Arcade and stuff, but
Right.
I'd definitely like to check out their arcade at some point. But we're going to continue to grow
Right.
for a long time.
We're going to have to do that MK cabinet. That'll be cool.
The MK multi-cab is probably my most anticipated cabinet.
For a
So
while. Yeah. Hopefully, if that goes as planned, that would be very, very awesome.
for sure.
You know?
That's definitely soon on the list. Also now we're joined by two of our best gamers here in the arcade. We've got Matt Rocco, who was the it was last year's Gamer of the Year, and James White. Both of them are multi-world record holders and hold tons and tons of high scores, and definitely a high score. If you're in the high scores, these are the two guys that if you're coming to the arcade that you'd want to look out for.
Appreciate that, Doc. Thanks for the accolades, and hope everyone's having a great night so far.
Hello, everybody. I'm glad to be here, and hope I'll enjoy this. Thank you very much, Rob. Thank you, guys, for having me here.
Not a problem. Thanks, James. Thanks, Matt. I know, James, this is your first podcast.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Oh, sorry. I'm a tiny bit nervous, but
Oh, don't be
it
nervous,
is,
James.
it is.
It's all good.
Yeah,
We're all friends here, James.
of course.
So, I know both you guys. You've and it's always been very consistent. You guys are always putting up just amazing scores. Most recently, we'll start with you, Matt. You've been working very heavily on Rolling Thunder. Has been your new project game that you've been putting a lot of time into. I know you kind of hit a peak at one point, and it was about 300 and. Do you remember what your score was?
It's like 354,
354, and the world record.
850,000.
It was interesting to see the progression of, like, it was a game I know you had wanted us to get from very early on, and you've played it since we got it. And watching you play, you're definitely a very impressive player. Your first time playing it up until now, where I've seen you get to the last boss and the last stage on one guy and stuff, and that's very impressive. It was just this Saturday we came across a video of how the high scores actually accomplish. I know that's been something that's caused a big change in your gameplay for the game. And since then, it's only been 2 days. You've already put up new high scores, which is really impressive. But yeah, if you would tell us about your time playing Rolling Thunder lately.
Well, I probably put 2 months into Rolling Thunder, and like you said, I topped out for a while. I beat my score by 100,000 the other night, but it's tricky now because my mind was programmed to jump and stop in certain spots for so long. I've got to retrain myself to move differently and stop at different areas now to get extra points, and it's like you have to retrain your mind all over again. But at least it kept the game fresh for me. And we're now the world record is doable. No time soon, I'm not going to lie about that, but I'd say, if I really worked on it for another month or two, I could get that score.
You're a very modest man.
Yeah.
You often say that these goals are going to take you time, and then 2 days later you've surpassed what you were setting out to do, which is, again, one of the attributes that got you Gamer of the Year last year. This year you've set so many high scores in so many different games. Are there any in particular that you're most proud of or most memorable for you?
Rolling Thunder, I was very proud to finally get. The Russian Attack world record I wanted because I stopped playing it for so long, and then you guys changed the dips, and that kind of just made the difference for me on that one.
Another great score. That was it's such a classic game, and for you to now hold the record here, that's so impressive.
Thank you. Those are my two most proud, I think.
It's are there any others that are high on your list of what you're going? I know you're going to be on Rolling Thunder for a while, but is there anything else that you're looking at?
I wouldn't mind getting my elevator action back from James. You know, he beat it by a couple thousand, and that score is just it gets so hard in those later levels. So if I'm going to work on anything, and James knows I'm still trying for that elevator action back.
I
James.
just got lucky. Go on.
You know what? We all got to get lucky sometimes, and I know I get a lot of games I play. I'm like, that was pure luck, because I know the feeling for sure.
Yeah.
And James, you yourself, again, some great scores in the last week. I know you upped your Bad Dudes world record, which
Correct.
is very impressive. You've also set a new world record in Aliens, which is a great game that I really enjoy watching people play that game. Rocco, that was the score you had you were going back and forth with, who was the Dan
Zimmerman I forget the kid's name. He's a younger kid.
Yeah.
I never got to see him play. I wish I would have.
I watched him play. He was a very good player as well.
He was always looking up.
And
for
then
me.
James, I know you just started picking up the game recently, and just great. It was very impressive. We recorded your high score run this weekend. Saw you get to the Alien Queen on just on 1 credit. It's definitely a game I think you'll be beating on 1 credit eventually if you put some time into it. Very
I'll
impressive.
try.
Did you play that at home at all, James? Because that was pretty impressive how quickly you just were good at that game.
My family, we do have a Mamie unit at home, but I don't think I ever mentioned this, but I don't play it that much. I mean, I just don't play it that much. I just, really, we got it
You
back.
have it here to play.
This is more to offer than a Mamie unit, I can tell you that. Much more.
Well, and that kind of brings up, and you guys have, since we opened, have gone back and forth in countless scores, which I know has always been very motivating to other players to see kind of you two, like who can outdo the other one. And there's games, again, elevator action, a perfect example. Like we've had that for so long, and the score seems to stay at 1 point for a while, and then everybody moves off on to other games, and then one of you will go back to it. And there's so much back and forth between you guys. It's again been talked about through the arcade since you guys both started coming here, which wouldn't really say it's a rivalry, as you guys see each other every
it's not
day
like
and
that. Not like that.
you share gaming hints and stuff. But
I definitely think James has made me a better gamer, that's for sure. Because I have had to step up my game.
Okay.
it's an interesting thing here where it's literally now, and it's in part due to you two. Like there are no safe records out there. You look at a score like Jackal, which has stood since 1986, and that was one that you were again working on for a while, Rocco. I still you don't have that one right now, the world record.
No.
But I do still think once you have time, you'll go back, and that's another one I think you'll eventually get. Just like the Russian attack, you had played that for a while and then went back to it. And,
I definitely like to take breaks from games, that's for sure.
for sure. But James, how about you? What games are you most interested in scores right now on?
Oh, boy, it's a tough one. That is very tough. Boy,
Are you gonna work on that Aliens, going through the game on 1 credit?
Maybe someday, but, hopefully I'm not speaking too loud in this.
No, you're fine.
Okay. I could try. There's always was trying. I mean, anything's possible.
I've seen, everybody here has a score in Aliens, and it was just really impressive. I know you had the score. I think you had a score up a long time ago, and it was very comparable to just the general scores. And then I saw like last weekend you were really putting some time on it, and you just really progressed in that very quickly, and it was very impressive.
Yeah, we had discussion. I mean that I didn't say, well, what I'm trying to say is that I told you I wasn't padding. That's how you were. I know that was the thing. It's just I know you like to see. I never had someone tape me and do a world record run, and it was actually I showed it to my friends at work and my family, and they all loved it. And even sorry, I got a little carried away at the end, but
no, that's all good, man. Everybody likes the enthusiasm as you get into it when you set a score.
Well, it's not like kicking a scream. It's like
well, nobody wants to have screams
just
kicked.
Really, I mean, I'm not. Oh, this is the thing. One thing I should say, not a big deal, is I have a learning disability, which I don't think is a big deal. But people with now, I see some people with learning disabilities. I don't mean to bring a new topic up. It's just for myself. I don't know. It's just when I saw my father play some games like Pac-Man, Space Invaders, and all that stuff, I watched him play. But how did I get into that stuff? I mean, man, that's just happened. I just got the experience, and now I have a learning disability. I think I have Tourette syndrome. I don't know if I told you guys that. Having a learning disability and Tourette syndrome, and sometimes playing a game. I mean, how do I manage it? And you're probably saying, "Geez, Jim, we don't."
That's why you're swearing at me all the time, James.
I don't swear. It's just really. I mean, even holding on to a job like a Lifetime Fitness, I just like the simple life. Plus, running open volleyball gym, hopefully 2 nights a week in the fall. Not to boast, but that's not boasting. It's just really. I mean, it's just. I remember. God, I remember too many things long. See, I have a great long-term memory for so many things. I even remember when I used to, go back to lots of arcades in the past, like Haunted Trails, when it was sane. Really. Arcades like this, really, it's just, like back, I'd say like 30 years ago, usually I received hints and tips from some people. I try to do that here. Some people appreciate it, some people turn the other way. It's not like it used to be anymore. Really.
It is the arcade scene is different, and it definitely was all different 30 years ago. We were all younger, and it's one thing when you go up to some kid and like you're young yourself and you're like, "Oh, this is how you can do this and get a better score." And here, there's definitely a difference between like the hardcore players that are really into high scores, and we do have just casual gamers that they don't know anything about the scores, and
True.
They're just looking to play the game and have fun. And it's the core group of high score players, like I got both of you, of course, and Fred Dehart and Chris Teeter and. It's Matt Walters, who's, again, hopefully he'll be in soon tonight, and Ian Paulus, and...
You gotta deal with me and Rocco now.
It's it's those people that they're very in tune with what's going on with high scores, and like obviously you know all those guys and talk to them very regularly, and go back and forth with scores on all of them. It's it is definitely true that arcades have changed. Like we see so many people here now that until they really spend some time here, they never really knew about going for scores. And even like Matt Walters, when he first started coming here, he had no interest in scores until he saw that there's a huge thing behind it, and there's a lot of people that it's very important to, and it can definitely add a whole new element to coming to the arcade and playing. So.
It's very interesting that you say that some people still don't really understand the purpose of getting a high score. Like if you look at the Centipede cabinet, there's a 318,000 score on there, but which is higher than the current high score. So obviously someone got that and we just either didn't care or didn't know that they could have went up and be like, "Hey, I got a new high score."
Right. It's and we're constantly looking and talking to people who are setting scores, and we can't see everybody play all the time. We do occasionally miss some of them, like the Centipede one, which a very impressive score. But
yeah, for sure.
again, as we promote it more and we expand into our new streaming, which again for this upcoming year, people can definitely expect a lot more streams coming from Galloping Ghost Arcade and see a lot more. The goal is to basically have anybody's game while they're playing. If they want it streamed, it'll be streamed live for people to watch. So we're really looking to promote that. And stuff like James, your score that we recorded on Saturday for Aliens. It's like we want to make those scores, we want to archive them, and definitely a lot of good information out there put more information out for every game and get more people motivated to play these games and put up new high scores. I know, James, you help a lot of people around the arcade. I see you watching people play Tron and giving them pointers. And Matt, have you had anybody that I know you and Matt Walters have spent a lot of time on a bunch of different games. Have you, either with him or anybody else, really taken anybody underneath your wing and showed them how to play some games? Or
honestly, no, I haven't really had anybody approach me asking, like how to get past a certain part. I said me and Matt Walters, when we were playing Light Force, we were kind of showing each other this and that. But yeah, other than that, I guess the opportunity hasn't really presented itself.
Cool. James, again, I know you enjoy helping people get better at the games. Has that ever become a concern with one of your scores where you show somebody some tricks and then you find out that they've taken your score? Or?
Oh, jeez. I do not recall. That's a question. I mean, guess someone hints the tips just so if they could beat. Well, man, I don't know if that.
Would you give anybody tips?
Oh yes, indeed.
If you saw they were the baseline good player, and if they could get past this one point, they could probably take your score. Would you tell them how to get past that point?
Yes, I would.
So you're a no secrets. Put everything out there. Show everybody all your secrets, and whoever gets the best score gets the best score.
Hey, what's fair is fair.
Cool. Has there been any scores over the last year that you've lost that have kind of you've felt more than others?
Well, one I took back recently, Double Dragon, but I think it's going to be beaten. I just beat by 50 points, so that was just
50 points is 50 points, though, James.
That was just lock again. Lock. There's that word again.
You're a very skilled player, James.
Well, thank you.
There's no question about that. Now we're joined by my business partner and co-owner of the Galloping Ghost Arcade, and also one of the stars of Conquering Light, Mr. Gerry Cantu.
Hello.
Do you have anything you want to say to everybody here on our second-year anniversary night?
Just want to say thank you to, well, first of all, you for making sure that the games are going and stuff like that. I know you're the master at what you do, so thanks for that. And the staff, and of course our staff, it wouldn't be the Ghost without our staff, and really appreciate everybody that does their part, and especially all the players that come in and trying to set high scores, and even the casuals that are coming to visit every now and then. I appreciate everybody's support of our business, and hope that it continues and they tell all their friends about us, and hopefully we grow even more down the road.
We will definitely continue to grow.
With you, yes, we will.
I don't know, over the past year, has there been anything that sticks in your mind as a very memorable moment here at the arcade?
Oh, you put me on the spot now, let's see. I can't say that, well, definitely when the Mortal Kombat players come out, especially for the first time, and I met Daniel Pacina and Philip On, and You know, them
Yes.
coming back. Those are very memorable because I remember when I was, I used to play Mortal Kombat at Mr. Submarine on Archer and Pulaski. Better? Yeah. Okay. I used to play over there on Archer and Pulaski at Mr. Sub, and I remember seeing that Mortal Kombat that they had there, and and then thinking later on, never would have thought that I'd meet any of the actors from any of the Mortal Kombat. So that was a very memorable moment for me as well.
This week we are expecting several of the actors from Mortal Kombat to be back out here. I've been in touch with practically everybody from the original 3 Mortal Kombat games, and even beyond that, people from NetherRealm now. Really hope we're doing an event on Tuesday, tomorrow. We've got some great players coming in to play against our Mortal Kombat team, which again, got to give very, very proud to have an MK team that we support, and they go and represent us at all the major tournaments, and we should really always happy to watch them play. They're just so impressive, and we'll definitely talk about them later in the podcast. Some of them are actually stopping out, so
That's going to be good. Looking forward to that.
yeah, for sure. But definitely going to be a very good week for Mortal Kombat players, and also on the Mortal Kombat scene, we're already talking about the next Shang Tsung's Fight Night, which probably my personal favorite event of the last year. Again, very similar. Having all the actors out, like the fan base is so incredible, and
We got to make it bigger and better though than last time.
oh, for sure, it's always and on everything.
We're gonna
Bigger and better.
You gonna get that throne, Doc?
We will be going much larger for the next Shang Tsung's Fight Night, and hopefully it'll probably be sooner than later. But again, Daniel Pacina, Philip Ahn, who has been such a great supporter, who played Shang Tsung in Mortal Kombat 2. He's out here every once in a while, and again, he has so many fans now, and hopefully a lot of people will. He just put up a Facebook page for Shang Tsung's fan page, and a lot of people are joining that. So hopefully people will go in and hit like on his page. And we recently had John Parrish, who played Jax in MK2 and 3. Very great guy, just really great guy. Him and his family was out here, and just great to have out here. Great to meet him. I had actually met him 15 years ago, or even longer than that. And John Tobias actually put us back in touch and came out to the arcade, and great having him out. He talked a bit with the team and was impressed with them. So he'll be here hopefully tomorrow. He said around 8 o'clock. And then he'll be back also on Saturday.
He seemed very enthusiastic about the arcade, and that's also very, very nice.
For sure, for sure. Some of the other actors that we've had, Rich DeVizio recently came in, who played Kano, Baraka, and Cabal. Also another just great guy.
Yes, very nice.
But Rocco, any events that you thought were particularly fun?
The funnest one that I can remember was we had like a small impromptu Mortal Kombat tournament. Like the team was away, so it was all just like me and like close friends. Like Mirko was here and John was here and Don, and like it was just like friendly trash talking because everyone was so close, and that was just a really great time.
And definitely the tournaments are always so much fun here. It is a different atmosphere when the team is here, because you kind of know where it's going to go. With so many like heavy hitting players here, it's like the averaged casual player, they're not going to stand a chance against these pro guys. But even this weekend was fun times on the MK machine. Me and you had teamed up.
And that was the first time in months that I actually played tag team and forgot that it's actually fun, because nobody really plays tag anymore. But for the most part, I don't see many people play tag.
No.
And that was a great time again, just like 6 close friends just hanging out and just playing and no pressure.
Well, that's because we were clearly the best players. The deck was a little stacked with Kung Lao and Mack versus.
For sure. And it does help that I play with most of the members on the team. Like I know most of them now, and I feel like a lot of them kind of have taken me under their wing, where they'll help me out and show me tricks, and it's really improved my game for sure.
Without question. I'm just delving back into the versus scene. I haven't played versus in probably 14 years. Never played versus here at the arcade, and this is the first time with Mortal Kombat. And I still am mostly just doing training matches. I'll play against the team, and that's been about it. But I feel the urge to come out and start fighting everybody now. So
I remember your rule is always I don't fight, and I remember that I would never ask you to have a match because you weren't doing it at the time.
I think it's just going to be for this new Mortal Kombat for now.
So now that you're considering it, are you considering Mortal Kombat 2 versus? Word has it that you're pretty good at that.
I would, of all the games that I play, I'd say that is my best over anything, without any question. I know every frame of that game very well, but we'll see. I'm right now focusing on MK 2011.
We'll see. We want to see.
It's
I know
perhaps.
a lot of people are eager to play it.
I've been issued my challenges, and we'll see what happens.
Good news.
Again, the focus for me, MK 2011. James, I've seen you over on the MK machine a little bit now.
Yeah.
You're Kung Lao player.
Okay, that's all right. You told me the basics. Actually, I'm still learning the game. It's just actually, I was more of a Street Fighter person. Actually, not the original, but when Street Fighter 2 came to the scene, when it hit big time. I'm not talking like the Turbo, the original one with we play with all 8 characters. I wasn't into that. I wasn't into combos. It was like special moves or attacks, and I was not that much in Mortal Kombat until when you showed me some.
It's the reason I wanted to see you play some MK. I see you on so many games here at the arcade.
True.
And really, just the fighting. You're just don't play many of the fighting games, and we have so many here. I think
Correct.
If you explored it more, it'd be great to see you take some of these high scores on those.
I'll try.
We had a couple good Street Fighter matches, if you remember back.
Oh yeah.
And you didn't forget all the special moves. You were actually pretty decent.
Yeah, really. I guess I got lucky sometimes. God, I gotta stop saying that word.
How about you, Gerry? Are you gonna be taking over the fighting scene soon?
I do like Mortal Kombat in 2011, and I definitely would like to start exploring it a little bit more. I learned a little bit of Johnny Cage, and I know I'm nowhere near anybody else right now. But hopefully, I'd like to get into it and give it a go.
Is there any games that you're anxious to put some more time into in this upcoming year?
I definitely want to try to get the world record in eyes. That's my game, and every time I play, I consistently hit 1 million. So that's something that I think I can eventually master and get that. But
Still love that stir-up music.
Oh yeah. That and I definitely like Mappy. I know it's a chicks game, but
That's not.
Guys play it too, though.
Everybody plays Mappy.
But people labeled it as that. Not so much us, but other people say, "Oh, that's a chicks game." So I wouldn't mind getting back in Sinistar too. I want to really practice on Sinistar's. I know James is very good at that. So I know I'm stomping on your territory a little bit, but eventually.
I hear for this weekend there's some heavy hitters coming in as far as high scorers who are looking to take down some of the classic scores and some of the shooters. And any of you, is there any scores that you're more protective of and really don't want to lose?
Start with you, Rocco.
I'd say Rolling Thunder for now, only because I put so much work into it. I hate to see it fall right away. Let me think. I'll brainstorm another one while everybody else thinks.
Okay, I'm going to say two of them. One, Forgotten Worlds. I don't hit the world record on that, but luckily I did a favor for you. And sorry, I don't mean if it was a problem with me to bring it up. I mean,
No. Not a favor for me though. You're setting a high score.
sorry.
I have appreciation for your score though, James. It's a very good score.
Yeah. All right. That's another story. Never mind. And the other, Sinistar.
Sinistar?
I tell you, I mean, man, that game brings so much memories. Even watching on Starcade, that game show, which actually, I think I don't know if this guy's still alive. Jeff Edwards, he was the host of that show for a while. He was a pretty good Sinistar player, but not as good as yours truly. It's like, it's just, not everybody knows that you had to shoot those planetoids, those asteroids, and you get the crystals and mine them and turn them into
It's
weapons.
definitely a different style of game that unless people have played it before, like a lot of people need to be talked through on how to actually play it. Such a good game though, and we're fortunate enough to have one of, I believe only 50 of them were made, the sit-down version of Sinistar.
That's heavy.
It's very rare, very rare. We got a great deal on it, and very happy that we have it here for everybody to play. Should hope it's actually one of the last power surges we had. It actually went down, but we're rewiring it and should have it up back by hopefully Wednesday. But definitely want to have that one back up on the floor for everybody to play. And we've been joined by Fred Dehart, who's one of the regulars here at the arcade. Appreciate you coming in.
Oh, no problem.
Your most recent, actually, you just set a score today on track and field.
Yes, I attribute it to the massive consumption of Red Bull today. I'm sorry, I admitted cheating already. The doping protocols are pretty pretty tough here, I know.
We're going to have you tested for Red Bull.
Steroids is okay, but Red Bull, I guess, is not. Huh?
Here's a question: who would win against? Who would you? If you played against Usain Bolt, who would win?
Probably me, because I don't think Usain Bolt's ever played this. So
Okay.
I'm going to go out on a limb there.
Maybe you should come here and try track and field.
Well, I think
He's a sprinter, I know that, but
Well, I say to those, prospective track and field players, I'd invest in some gloves, as the playing surface is very hard, and you really got to smash those buttons. Unless you're Mike Lumbo, who has perfected a one-handed technique. I've yet to see though. He's very secretive about it though.
As he's, since I've known Lumbo for 16 years now, and he has always talked of his track and field prowess. And honestly, I've never seen him play on the machine before. And very impressive player. And I know he's going after your score.
I'm going to issue a challenge to Mike right now, head-to-head, anytime, anywhere. You know where to find me.
Head-to-head.
Head-to-head combat's the way to do it.
You wearing the headband that night?
Oh, I'll have the headbands out there. I got the wristbands, I got my tracksuit on. It's on. Anywhere, anytime, Mike.
Shave just to the mustache.
I'll just do it like this. Yeah.
maybe I should have some of my personal trainer coworkers challenge you, and probably you'd. Would you beat them? I don't know.
I think I could. Think of it like this: like if you follow MMA, you see like the weightlifter guys in there. They go in, they think they're just going to beat people up, but it's usually the guy with the technical skill who comes out on top. The smarter player too. Not to say that your coworkers aren't smart.
I know. I mean, it's just go on.
Oh, that's it.
All right. Yeah, it's just.
I know you're playing Fred, because I know your Cappy style. Fred's playing.
That is definitely the only game in the arcade that can be played with that, yeah, you can always hear it, and it initially was very difficult for me to allow the game to be played like that. It's difficult to hear it, and I know that machine will eventually need some repair.
Yeah, well, you just beat the hell out of that thing.
Pretty solid machine, though. So
It definitely is very solid. It was we still have some work to do on the cabinet. There's that one graphic glitch that we got to take care of, but we'll get to that sooner than later.
Well, another nice thing about the way they have it set up, though, is for those people who like to cheat and use pencils or
pencil
lighters
trick.
and such, the button configuration is set up that they can't do that.
Yes.
So when you come, you got to put a legitimate score up here.
We wouldn't allow a score done with a pencil here. To me, not fair.
It's not in the spirit of the
Breaking
game.
the spirit of the game.
Yeah.
Isn't that a little bit dangerous? Using a pencil to play on track and field. I don't see the point of that. I just don't. I never saw it before.
It just helps with the pressing of both buttons.
Oh,
Yeah.
Makes it very fast.
never saw it, but I think that's a little too.
Well, it's akin to using like a turbo, essentially. You know.
There used to be a trackball version of track and field.
I've heard of the trackball.
I played it.
setups.
I
Yeah.
played it.
What'd you think?
Well, when I was younger, they had Wine Hot Trails back in '84, and actually I excelled that more than the button mashing. Just speed rolling the trackball, and and then years later I get better at the button mashing. I mean, not as good as right here. I mean.
Are you planning on taking the world record?
That is one of my goals right now. I'm about 16,000 off the pace, and that's going to be very hard to find those 16,000 points throughout those levels. It's really hard to get extra points in this game. It really is. But, hey, record's got to be broken sometime, right?
For sure. No records are safe.
And it's one record I don't think Matt Rocco will take from me anytime soon, so.
How has your? I know you're one of our star Donkey Kong players.
Wow.
How his?
Donkey Kong, you know, I've pretty much hit a wall at this point.
What's your current score?
My high score is 731,700.
Ouch.
I'd like to give a shout out to Hans Kollinger,
Yes.
who is my mentor. He's got, at least the record here is 837 and some change. He submitted a tape to Twin Galaxies not too long ago where he got a kill screen. I believe he's got 985,000 on that. I'll have to double
Very
check
impressive.
that. But he taught me everything I know about Donkey Kong. And that's the other great thing about this place, though, is, you know, all the people, like, they're not too secretive, you know, like sharing, you know, strategies and stuff like that, and just little tips and pointers there, which has helped me improve my game on a lot of things. Like Matt Rocco, for example, I watch him play some games, and that's helped me a lot.
With the, had you played much Donkey Kong before coming here? Or?
Actually, yeah, but before this, you know, I played Donkey Kong like most people, get the first hammer, die in 2 seconds, you know, and okay, that's fun. But as a lot of people have seen the film The King of Kong, A Fistful of Quarters, that kind of inspired me to take up Donkey Kong. And then when I found about this place, that's when I really started. I started playing solidly for about 2 years now, roughly.
Did you know Hans just from the arcade?
Yeah, I just met him at the arcade one day. I saw him play, and, you know, we just started chit-chatting, and, you know, the rest was history. He gave me his Steve Wiebe tape. And so, you know, we got to, you know, deconstruct the film and steal stuff from that. So, I mean, we're pretty much piggybacking off of Steve Wiebe, but still, you know, Hans helped me out a lot with that.
Very cool. Have you had anybody ask you for some Donkey Kong?
Oh, yeah, some people, you know, they'll come back and watch, and I'll say, hey, you know, if you want, I can give you some tips and some hints with this, you know. And I'm not averse to, like, you know, helping some other people out. Like Hans helped me out, you know. I gotta pass that along. What was that movie? With a little kid from AI, Do the Right
I've never
Thing or
seen
something.
Pay it,
yeah.
play it,
Kind of like
something
that.
forward.
Yeah, real cheesy like that. Play it forward. No,
Never saw it.
It was a bad movie, but
I only watch violent movies.
What?
classic film. I suggest going out and renting it immediately. Kevin Spacey.
All right. I know obviously you're spending a lot of time on track and field. Is there anything else that you're focusing on here at the arcade lately?
Well, when the pins are open, I'm trying to get a good score on Black Knight.
Black Knight.
That's a great classic. I put up a 600,000 today. My goal for that is to get over $1 million. I saw a few scores on Arcade when they did that the pinball tournament up there. There's some really good scores up there. I just hope to emulate some of that stuff, man.
Yeah.
And pins is such an unforgiving game, though. Like, you could be, like, on top of everything, and just, blink of an eye, 3 balls just go right down the middle, and you're just done.
Some games the tilt is more unforgiving.
Oh, yeah. But then also, Galaga 88's a game that I'm going to shoot for. I think Mr. Rocco's got that so far. And Halley's Comet, that's a very, very little-known game, which is awesome. If you guys like Galaga, you'll love Halley's Comet.
Have you been playing that a lot?
Oh, yeah. Well, not a whole lot, but I've been trying, I put up a couple games every time I come here. My best on that's like 1.7 million.
It's good.
Yeah.
Again, that Halley's Comet was our first world record set here at the Galloping Ghost Arcade, which was literally, maybe it couldn't have been more than a couple months in from us opening, and Rocco claiming our first world record. Very impressive again. Still one of the things that record stood since, I believe, 1986.
Wow.
And definitely a very impressive score to take down. Obscure game, and you definitely spent a lot of time on it. And still, like, when we're talking about high scores with people, that's one that gets brought up often. So.
Nice.
Yeah, I was putting some time on that one as well. And again, like, I love shooters, and it's one of the problems. There's so many things, it's hard to focus on one from another. And lately,
maybe back in Grady's too.
Definitely Gradius 2 was one that personally I really love that game. Just a great game. Spent some time. I'm looking for the whole series of them now, but very difficult. And again, that's a very unforgiving game. I know, James, you were playing it too for a while, right?
Halley's Comet?
No, Gradius 2.
Gradius. Oh, sorry.
Right.
Yeah, I remember. I remember. Yeah,
like everybody put up a score on Arcade.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun. I, again, surprised at the difficulty level of that game. Just back in the day, that would have been such a quarter eater. And it's no continues or anything too. Again, just it's great to look back at some of these older games and see how much games have changed from being just genuinely difficult to get anywhere in them, such as a game like Donkey Kong, compared to now, where a lot of the games you're more so watching them for the consoles. And again, back in the day, you're making money based on like they let you get through level 1, and then maybe level 2 would be hard, and they really get you to keep pumping quarters in. But with games today, it's more of the artist's mentality of they want you to see everything, and if you're getting killed off, they make the game easier and easier, and they just want you to see all of the artwork and not get frustrated with the games.
I agree with that. It's more just like being a part of a movie almost, and just like entering like command prompts. Like you really can't lose the game. Yeah, so, but here we are, like the old men. I remember back in my day. You kids got it easy. I had to spend $50 just to beat Time Killer.
Well, that's why I don't play games like Prince of Persia, because like you technically can't die. You die and then they put you like you just regenerate right away. And it's like, well, where's the fun in that?
Right.
Put me all the way back and make me do it all over again.
There's a lack of really. It's outside from like direct like first-person shooters or like fighting games. Like there isn't that like competitiveness. Like hey, I beat Assassin's Creed better than you. Okay.
Sure. And the cool thing, like with arcade games, and we've explored, like not only is there finishing the game, which again, most people come here with the intent of, I want to finish this game. And then it becomes, once you find out about scores, then people want to find out more about that. we have Midnight Resistance was probably the first game we did a timed run on of how fast somebody could get through that. And then now it's playing games clean. Like I remember, again, Midnight Resistance. I was trying to go through that just without losing a guy, and literally not missing a shot in the whole game. But I haven't had any time to work. I did the speed run, and I haven't had time to work on my shot-for-shot playthrough on it. But I think that's something you're going to have to look forward to on Rolling Thunder, Matt. Like, you've got, watching those videos again, like the bullet consumption, it's got to be one shot, one kill type situation.
For sure, and it's all about speed.
For sure.
You know, it's been there's hands down, you cannot get that world record unless you are fast.
True.
And accurate.
And accurate, yeah.
Aim small, miss small, right?
But it's again, it's one of the problems is always time here. It's so many things to play. Is there any other scores you are looking for, Fred, or taking that Godzilla score anytime soon?
I'm impressed with your score on that one, man. That game is just ridiculously hard.
It's the control is hard.
Right. The game mechanics is each monster or Godzilla pretty much has 2 moves that you can really do, and it's just like hoping the computer just doesn't whoop your ass in 2 seconds. Especially when you're fighting, and there's one level you fight Gigan and Megalon. For those who know, this giant cockroach and this big cyborg thing with buzzsaws and stuff. But you got to beat 2 monsters in one level, and like you don't get your life back. It's ridiculous.
The big thing with that one on that level is you get such a big bonus if you beat them both, and that was one of the big contributing factors to getting the score was playing through that level without losing.
Yeah, but those who are movie monster fans, that's a game you definitely got to check out. And it's got a 2-player fighting option too, so you can fight as Ghidra, Megalon, Gigan, Godzilla. Who else is in there? There's I think I'm missing somebody.
Mothra, Biollante.
Nobody likes Mothra though. Nobody likes Mothra.
But yeah, that's another game that we put up this year. It was a personal favorite myself. I'm a big Godzilla fan, and
me too.
It was surprising to see that. Once I found out about it, it was super obscure, and it took me about 3 months of searching everywhere before I found one in Japan and had it shipped over. So
this.
Not the best game in the world, but definitely for the name's sake. Really, personally, I find it fun.
Oh yeah, if you're a fan, you'll love it. And then in the levels, they get little cameos by Jet Jaguar and Rodan and stuff like that. So it's just really the levels are also from the movie. So you go from each year, Godzilla versus Mothra, and was it 64? Yeah, and then you go to Gigan and Megalon in 72 and all that stuff. That's really cool. It's just like being back in the cheesy movies again.
It's definitely very mechanical, the fighting style.
Oh, very.
Punch, kick, fighting as a giant robot Godzilla.
Mecha Godzilla, yeah.
Mecha Godzilla. Batra is in there as well.
Yeah, that's right, Batra.
But any other games that you're looking for high scores in, or looking to put more time on this year?
Well, I guess this year, I'm going to really focus on Donkey Kong is really what I do.
I'm hoping and waiting for somebody to put up the first kill screen.
The best game I had, I think level 19, and that's still three levels away from a kill screen. So I got a lot of work to do, but that's going to be the main one. Galaga 88 is also up there. I've got the track and field, so I'm going to keep doing that. Right off the top of my head, I can't think of anything. I mean, I still play all the other games. But to devote, that much time and energy to all those, I don't know how Mr. Rocco does it.
I lose my mind sometimes.
And actually, that's a good time to bring up defending scores.
Oh yeah.
Boy.
And Rocco, you've had a rough 2 weeks where everybody's coming after all your scores. You've got so many scores, though. It's hard that somebody's going to take one here and there. How do you play as much as you do and retain how to go back and defend all your scores. Like, you're on so many games.
Well, you can't defend them all. I mean, that was the harsh reality of the past couple of weeks where some you just have to let them go.
Yep.
And James, I know you've done the same thing too. Some you
Correct.
just forget about it.
Correct.
I'm done.
Yeah, no crying over spilled milk.
What games have you walked away from?
There's been a
Ninja guy
few.
Dan.
Operation. I think I might have walked away from Operation Thunderbolt
Okay.
and Aliens. That's your score, James. I'm not gonna. I mean, you put 80,000 more than I was when I was putting time into Aliens, so that one I walk away from. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah. So I guess it comes down to which games do you enjoy playing more than others? Because sometimes we all do it. We'll put up a score just to put up a score, even in a game that maybe you don't even like. So that's true. So but if it's a game that you really enjoy, that's a game. If you lose it, yeah, I'm probably going to try and go back and reclaim that score.
I remember going back and forth with you, James, in Mutation Nation, which is not a game I particularly enjoy playing. Not a bad game, but it's not a bad game by any means.
I haven't played that in a while, and I just go on.
It's interesting where there were times where I was like, oh man, I got to take that back. And then it's like, what am I doing? Like, Mutation Nation. Like, it's yours, James.
The competitiveness comes out in us, you know.
For sure. And it is, on that one especially, it was a very fun competitiveness. There's some scores that mean a lot more to me than others.
Double Dragon, the fighting one, for example.
The Neo Geo? No.
Yes.
No,
Do you still have that?
I
world
do
record?
have the world record in that. I beat, yeah.
Was it?
No, I
Sabrina
would.
or something you
I
beat?
would respect if you booed it more.
Who would never do that?
I would assume the words.
It was. It was literally beating to the third character on my first playthrough, and
Recall it was doing one move over and over.
one
again.
move over and over, literally on the test playthrough of the game,
Yeah.
obtaining the world record. And
Oh, I beat the world record. That
who
was
would
cool.
who would have thought? But yeah, if anybody wants to take that one, please, by
Feel
all
free.
means.
But that's the cool thing, though, when somebody does, like, take your score. Like, you know, when I first started playing Donkey Kong, like, there was not too many people playing it, like, competitively. So, like, you know, I put my score up. I got, like, 91,000. I was just totally stoked. And some guy comes in and puts up, like, 300,000. I'm like, what the hell? All right, time to get back to the grindstone. So by the time I got to, you know, the 300,000, Hans comes in, puts up, like, 800,000. I'm like, oh, okay. So, you know, it's that proverbial carrots dangling in front of you, which is nice. Like, it makes you up your game.
But that's on some games. It's very it's great to see you do that. I've seen a lot of people that, and Don, who works here, he used to really enjoy playing Mario Brothers, and was putting up a really good score, and spending all his free time on it, and he was playing it, and then I forget who.
Fred Oakes took it.
Was it Fred Oakes?
Fred or George Strain, one of the two guys.
One of the. That sounds about right. They came in and destroyed his score, and he never touched it.
Really?
Like, he walked away from it. And it's interesting to see how sometimes a score can be such a demotivating factor to do something that you enjoy doing. And it really shows that how important scores are to some people. And I've had people come up to me, you really see how much the scores mean. And like Rocco, you seemed a little not off your game, but you seemed perturbed at having to defend so many of your scores. And that's great to see that, again, that these things do have meaning to the players and stuff.
When you have a reputation, you like to at least try to keep your reputation.
For sure.
You know.
Your reputation is not going anywhere. You've got so many scores. Like, it's pretty concrete. Like, when it's always amazing when you do, like, there'll be a great player that comes in and sets a great score, and then you up your game and set something even more impressive, which, again, testament to how great a player you are.
Thank you.
it's like, well, I used to play Terra Cresta all the
Terra
time,
Cresta,
and
sure.
we changed the way that was played. We put it into an upright instead of a cocktail table, and I had the world record. And then Matt comes along and takes that away from me, and I haven't played it since.
I've heard this story before.
Yes.
And I appreciate that you guys put it in the upright because I have a very hard time playing cocktail tables.
I preferred the cocktail table, and
I like cocktails. Don't get me wrong. My hands can't do it. That just doesn't.
it's a weird game, you know. It doesn't have like a rapid fire or anything, and it's a lot of work on the wrist there, you know, and it's just like can't play it in the upright. Just the stick is weird, and couldn't get close to my world record anymore.
I was wondering what eyes would be like in an upright. If it would change the way
With
we
a
played.
flight stick and everything. Yeah.
Jump pedals.
Jump pedals and stuff. Or like Need for Speed, I had that. Some guy came in, took it, you know.
That was actually your defense. You're claiming the world record in that, and your defending of that. Again, very impressive on that. Because there's been a handful of people that have come in.
Yeah.
And again, changed what was being done in the game. It was like totally different play style than what you were doing.
You know, normally you play perfect shifts on the thing to get like your speed boost. Turns out, not even the most important thing. You just want to, you know, play it in automatic. You don't play it in manual anymore like you're supposed to. And I was like, dead set. You got to play it in manual. This is how you're supposed to play drag racing. And it was like, no, you're going to go as fast as you can in automatic, make your own speed boost. And I don't like to have done that, but I still have the world record because of that. I had to switch. You know, that one kid came in, and then Ken made everybody change the way that he was playing. You know, and, you know, sometimes you just have to do that.
Sure. It's
adapt.
Right. You know, and as much as I hated doing that, you know, I liked having the world record.
for sure. With Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, that was a game that me and Norbert were going back and forth on the world record. And again, the play style and the way that has to be played, I don't want to change my game to play like that.
Right.
It's doing the same move over and over and over.
Right.
That was a very hard score to not go for anymore. It was a very important score to me. It's Street Fighter, big name title.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But for me, I want to keep my play style intact, and changing it up, it was no longer fun for me. And at that point, I was just not worth me playing it anymore.
It's, you know, like you're taking advantage of what the game is doing, and a lot of times that's what you have to do, but it's not fun, you know. It's not worth it to some people, I guess. So it's just like, why, you know? I don't want to have this by compromising what I like to do in this game, you know. But to each their own, I guess.
Sure. There's a lot of different ways that it has to be looked at.
Yeah.
It's weird, though, that a lot of times score will outrank fun in playing a game. And it's like...
Sure.
And once you do start playing a game differently, most, like myself, once I change over in a game, it's hard to go back and be like, okay, I'm going to play for fun and not get the score.
Right.
Once it's about score, usually it's about score, and that's all that it's going to be about from then on.
Yeah.
So
I think a great thing, though, is the amount of games you have here, though. You can always just play, you just play another game to kind of take your mind off that, you know, just to get you out of that rut and that singular thinking. You know, sometimes just playing a game of Flicky will actually help you play, you know.
Sure, yeah. Take it off. You know, one of the best things that I like, we got, you know, my dad goes to archery and stuff, and one of the best things was, like, as soon as you did the best that you could, as you felt that was the best that you could, you'd stop playing. Even if it wasn't, like, the most amazing run or, like, a world record kind of thing. It's just, if you play it too much, you're going to lose, you know, what you have, you know, and I know, like, Mirko, when he plays... Crazy Climber, you know, he'll do an amazing run at first, and then he'll do like 6 terrible runs after that, and he'll be, I can't do this, you know, and
He's trying to go after my high score, I guess.
He's trying, you know, and he's getting really, really close. But you know, I wish that he would do the one run, get really close, because you'll pick up bad habits if you keep going for it, and you keep getting worse, you know, and you know, you just got to get into that thing where you're just like, this is the best I could do for now, you know.
Well, fatigue sets in too. I mean, usually with track and field, my best games are like the first few games.
Yeah.
Track and field, though,
is a different game.
The only like fatigue on track and field sets in pretty quick, though.
It's the rare you can lose weight playing this game.
It is a good workout, but I mean, but still, like the mental fatigue. You know, there's a mental fatigue too. Of just,
yeah.
You know, like usually you're pretty sharp on when you first come in. I don't know. At least in my personal experience, I usually have like the best games like the first few games.
Sure.
Plus, it depends how long a game is sometimes too. Like that's why like I can't always play more than one game in 1942 because it takes an hour.
Yeah, right. Marathon.
Not spend 2 hours playing 2 games.
Yeah, Donkey Kong just like 300,000. You're playing 45 minutes to an hour.
Right.
You know.
Like I know, Gerry, your eyes games. They how long do those last?
It does last a long time, and I exactly what they're saying is the same thing with me. I'll play it, and then I'll have a real good first 2 games, and like Brendan said, once you feel that you did your best, and I feel that I can't do any better today with that. If I do another one, I can't even get close to the score. So it is true.
Like that's a score you've held on to for quite a while.
Yes.
Is it still an achievement? If
you can not even beat his high score, you just have to beat him on any given day in a versus match.
Did James White actually do that?
Oh, that was a long time.
Yeah, you did.
That was a long time ago. Yeah.
Right now.
I've definitely kept practicing after I got done playing James and lost to him. So.
2 very different play styles.
How defensive of that score are you? Like,
when I hear the machine going off, I go over and look at the score. I got to check on it. And when I see 100,000, I'm fine. Yeah. When someone came in and they put I think it was 580 or something like that, I was like, who was that? And I didn't know who it was.
Yeah.
So
your score again is
1,300,000, I think.
A little over a million. Yeah.
Something like that.
Is that a game where you'd have to pad to get the world record?
No, absolutely. I try to get through the rounds as fast as possible.
Okay.
And if you did, I mean, you could do that, but the way I play it, I try to beat the first round, for example, under 19,000. Because if you can actually let it keep going and try to get like 24,000, 25,000, or even more if you try to pad it that way.
That's actually pretty tricky to do.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. If you can finish it, like my best is 18,720 or something like that. That's the best I can do in the shortest amount of time. So it's the lowest score for that round. And then as you get progress, then
the scores go up exponentially.
Right.
And you get points for time, which is
right. And that's why I think you should. You said about achievements. I think we should do one with try to beat the first round in under 19,000 points because it is difficult.
There used to actually be one like that.
It's pretty.
There might have been.
There was in the first book, yeah.
Yeah.
It was beat it under 20,000 or something like that.
Could have been.
So it's interesting.
Are you at all concerned with all the top players that are coming in this week? Mm-hmm. That
I would like to see it done. If it's done, yeah.
You'd be like.
I'll get back on it and practice a lot more like I did after James.
Do you have the world record?
No.
The world record is crazy,
11.
right?
Is it 13?
Might 11 or 13.
I thought it was 11.
Yeah, that's a very high score.
And I know how it's done. It's just you gotta
be on that thing for like 5 hours to do it.
The scores do go up. It multiplies though by like doubling every time.
After the 8th round though, it doesn't go up anymore.
Okay.
You have to keep on. But they change it up like just certain, like you say with frames and stuff like it's almost the same thing. If they move a certain way, I know what they're gonna do just from playing it so much in the 8th round. I don't care what happens until when I get to the 8th round. That's when I care because that's where you get the most points. So. But they change. I think there's either 3 or 4 different ways they'll play. So and you find out immediately as soon as you start playing. And once you find out what they're gonna do, then you have to. And there's one that's really, really hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's when I always die. I still got to master that.
Would you be salty if somebody comes in this week and takes the score?
No, I'll try to defend it though. I would like it. I definitely would like it. So, like it so that I can get a better score.
Yeah, totally.
Another one you've been putting a lot of time on, Mappy.
Yeah.
How's that going?
Mappy, I kind of tapered off on that one, I think.
And I know you had a great score going.
Yeah.
And some people have put up some tremendous scores, though.
Yes.
Has that deterred you from playing?
No, not necessarily. In the beginning, it did. But, in my opinion, it is what it is. And I always said, it's going to be so hard to get past 100,000.
Sure.
And then when I finally did it, I got like 130,000. So I was like, no, that's not too bad. I can get better than that. So, yeah, it doesn't deter me. It discourages me. But besides that, no, I keep going.
But is it, are you going to try to reclaim that one, or is that kind of...
I would like to. Yeah, I'd like to get that eventually. The only one I can't go after is Warlords.
You can go after Warlords, man.
No, we can't go after.
You can.
No.
I'm not stopping you.
Got really
I'm just saying
last time I beat him on that.
I didn't get
He
salty.
He came afterwards and he's like, I beat you. You can.
I said,
challenge me.
I just said
that's
that
my
you'll never
game.
keep the score, and you can beat it, and then I'll just have to play it and take it back.
Yeah, it's almost the same thing that we're all doing.
It was taking up a lot of time.
It takes up a lot of time.
It was just like, it's taken up a lot of time for these guys to go back and forth on this thing.
It's such a great game.
It was a good.
It's an awesome game.
Yeah.
I love the
Very hard. I like it.
like the way the colors are. It's just
Yeah.
the shades of the color actually.
And
on
it
the
has
screen.
the paper backgrounds and
Yeah.
stuff
Yeah,
it
yeah.
reflects onto. Very unique.
I forgot to. Somebody was out here. I forget who it was. They'd never seen that setup before. Like they had the Warlords cocktail table, and they'd never seen that background thing. So I had never seen it like that either.
It's really
And
awesome.
Is that original?
Yeah, that's all original.
Okay.
Like, we picked that cabinet up at the Midwest Gaming Classic.
Nice.
It's like Goodbye. It's a
Oh,
very,
for
very,
sure.
Very
That
cool,
was-
unique looking game. Yeah, it's a
I
play
remember
style's cool.
we went there, and I remember calling Gerry up being like, there's a Warlords cabinet here, and we have 9 cabinets that we brought with us, and I think we should get this one. What do you think?
I just said the doc needs some therapy for all his
It was
assumption of games.
good purchase.
And I
It's
say that
very
joking.
popular. Like people
It
that
is.
have never seen it, they're like, "Oh, this is so cool." They play it for an hour. They're on
You do
it
see
all day.
people.
It's really, really cool.
Well, when people come out just to see the game that we just put on the floor, I mean, how many times did that happen? We announce it on Facebook and then someone comes in.
Oh, it's,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
That's a constant, like, with any game we put out, like, people always want to see the newest and stuff, and definitely some games more than others,
Yeah.
but
When you announced Godzilla, man, I had to come in here right away.
yeah,
That was another one, yeah.
that was that night, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, that night. I think it was like around Halloween. I want to say.
Yeah,
Roughly.
yeah.
We put up Dragon Ball Z. I think
Oh,
George
yeah.
was down
Yeah,
here like
George came in.
10 minutes later.
10 minutes
I
after
gotta
the
see this
post.
thing. Yeah.
And it's always the one downside is having so many games. It's like the games that we're putting up now are so obscure.
Yeah.
And some of the games that we're even looking at are stuff that nobody's ever heard of or even played. Like
Mock Breakers.
I don't know
We
if
should
we're-
get that game now because of track and field.
I'm thinking of getting Hypersports.
Yeah,
And
that'd be
I think
cool.
Hypersports and Mock Breakers would be
Isn't there another one like Mock Breakers that's from the Namco-ish?
Namco
1994.
94.
94 Namco.
a lot of odd things going
Yeah.
on in Namco in '94 in Japan.
What's
But,
the
Japan.
Knuckle something?
Knuckle Basher?
Basher or something. It's like a picture of a guy's
Scudface.
abs. That's the thing. It's the
Yeah,
weirdest,
that was,
weirdest thing.
There's a very odd beat 'em up game.
Yeah.
But James, I'm sure you would take the score in that right away.
It's
What game?
Knuckle Bash.
Knuckle Bash or something.
Never heard of it.
Nobody has. It's,
The intro screen, it says Knuckle Bash, and it's just like the abs, the six pack of this drawn guy, just really, really weird.
Looks a bit like Matt Rocco.
The guy that you play as is like this stunt man with this super popped collar and everything. It's
the pompadour hair.
the pompadour hair. You're beating up doormen and stuff. And
Such an odd game.
Sounds pretty funny.
It's really funny.
Yeah.
It's one of those where we could get it, but I don't know what the
is it going to
play
add value?
Right. It's like we have, and that's still one of the amazing things. Like I walk up and down our aisles, and I've been going to arcades for 30 years, and I'm like, wow, this is quite an impressive arcade selection. It's like, I really can't think of anything, like I'm not thinking about, wow, if they only had Knuckle Bash here.
My life would be complete.
I've heard a
You have that on your website, your list of games for
Knuckle Bash hasn't made the list yet.
Sorry. I heard weirder names than Knuckle Bash. I could.
Scud Hammer?
There's Scud Hammer, there's
No,
there's
no,
been
no,
a
no.
few games that...
Ninja Baseball Batman or whatever?
Ninja Baseball Batman's odd name. Has nothing to do
That's
with
a very
Batman.
good example of
Lost
a
in
game where
translation.
everyone was like, oh, if you only had Ninja Baseball Batman, I would be there every day. And I know it was reviewed on the Angry Video Game Nerd, and that's where it really got its notoriety from.
It's built
And
up a lot.
It is
because of
built
that.
up a lot.
Yeah. Not a bad game. By
It's
any
not a
means.
bad game, but like it's more so people like to see it
Right.
and don't want to play it.
Right.
Which like that's cool and all, but it's one of those fine lines of like it's taking up an entire cabinet space to have this game versus something that would somebody else play something else.
I think a lot of the draw is the way that they pronounce it too is Ninja Baseball Batman, which it should be Ninja Baseball Batman, and it's like not Batman.
I thought it was a Batman game.
Right, that's what everybody thinks.
Exactly what I thought.
Yeah,
Would it be Batman? Because
Baseball Batman,
Baseball Batman.
Yeah.
Very fun.
And honestly, now that's one of the things that gets me to look at what games to get. Like I'll go through eBay and KLOV and even Yahoo Japan. I'll see some weird game that I've never even heard of, and it's like, okay, what is Scud Hammer, and would its obscurity have a good fit here?
Yeah.
Just as most people know, we don't really games that we get a lot of requests for games like Big Buck Hunter or why don't you guys have a Golden Tee Golf or a DD? Yeah,
Go to a bowling alley if you want that.
that's the thing.
come on.
It's
I was the first one to ask for a buck.
Were you really?
You jerks. Doc almost shunned me out of the arcade that day. Get out of here.
Well, and we just
Turn
got
your
that
shirt.
turkey
Turkey
hunter
hunter, yeah.
hunting cabinet,
Oh,
and you and he's like
Don.
Don was like, yeah, me and Rocco were playing Turkey Hunter, and Uday was actually he worked on the game,
Yeah.
and it's like, yeah,
Sorry, guys.
isn't going to turn into. You won't see Turkey Hunter out on our floor anytime soon.
Yeah.
What would
I
you?
was super stoked. You're like, I got a bowling game. I'm like, really?
It's like, that became Gradius too.
Okay, so that was not great then.
What would you say the top 5 is being requested now? I know Zookeeper. is a lot of people-
Zookeeper is still up there. There's a lot of people. The main requests are pinball games. Definitely Discotron is another one that people want.
We do get a lot of DDRs.
People want DDR, but
No.
I don't think it's kind
Fred.
of the. It'll bring in some people, but I don't think the people that are here every day, like, I don't know, I don't see Rocco. I don't think you're going to be grabbing the back bar and doing all the breakdance and
Spinning around.
Maybe
Although
you
that
will.
would be
There's
very
been
funny.
A few games.
James, you could have that high score on DDR.
No, terrible on that game.
We're also
So you played it.
It's just, I played it.
Oh, okay.
That crazy. I mean, this
Let me also interject here for a second. We are joined also by Duke Dang, and another one of our year members, also one of our main centipede players. Also Matt Walters,
Aye.
world record holder in versus Castlevania and Haunted Castle, and working on several of the other shooters.
Awesome. Thanks for hosting this, Doc.
Oh yeah, Berserk
Yes.
and
about
the other one,
Space Ace?
Frenzy. Space
Frenzy?
Ace.
Space Ace,
Time
Crystal
Traveler.
Castles would be a good one to get to. I actually just saw one, but we missed out on it.
We should get Time Traveler.
Time Traveler, I was just talking to somebody who wants to lend us one.
Uh-huh.
And
Is it original, like everything?
Time Traveler.
Washing machine style
That's
Time
the
Traveler?
washing machine cabinet. Time Traveler came out from Sega. It's the hologram game, as most people know it, where you are the cowboy. And very innovative game.
Yeah. Laser disc.
Runs on a laser disc and plays off of a mirror. And
I remember playing a game in Montrez and I beat that game. Oh, sorry, thank you. That was like a laser disc, like a revival. That's when the same year they released Dragon's Lair 2. That's the thing. Back in the here we go. Back in the 80s, they laser disc games. I mean, whatever happened? The Mach 3 or Bega's Battle?
there's still around, like,
They're hard to
obviously the
find.
media. You look at how games ship now, and like games like Need for Speed and
Yeah.
Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, they ship on DVD. Like inside most of the newer systems, like Arctic Thunder, if you watch that boot up, factory, it's running on Windows 2000.
Yeah.
Like they're not running on standard hard JAMA boards anymore and PCBs. It's all
PC
on.
inside of the thing.
It's an actual PC.
Yeah.
And again, that is such a significant change that's happened in the last 10 years in arcade games. The downside and the one bad thing that a lot of game developers haven't done is adjusted the price, because you're buying these low-level arcade machine or PCs, and you're still spending an exorbitant amount of money for less machine. But that's a whole different tangent
Yeah.
on itself.
Isn't Ikaruga something similar like that?
Naomi.
Isn't it like a
Ikaruga.
hybrid, sort of?
No, Ikaruga is running on a Sega Naomi system, which was it kind of the turning point. Capcom was doing like the CPS stuff, which they were putting out a motherboard which was going to be alleviate some of the cost. Like you would buy this one main board, and then just swap the actual game cartridge out. The Naomi was very similar to the Dreamcast system. You take the thing apart, it's got RAM chips right on the board, like just standard SD RAM chips.
So it's a
ROM.
PCB is what you're basically saying?
It uses a disc though.
Well, that was the expansion on it. That was from the original Naomi. They expanded it to the Naomi 2, and they added a DIM port and GD-ROM. And the GD-ROM, and then at that point, instead of it just being a simple cartridge-based thing, now it had this expansion I/O card thing, and the GD-ROM, and a security chip, which caused so many new points of failure.
There's so many things interfacing with each
And-
other now. It's like you don't know what's going on.
And so many different companies, like Sega makes their own I/O output board, and Capcom makes their own separate I/O output board, and they're all slightly different, run on the power outage is all the same for them, but they're all equal as far as like just they all can fail.
That was
There's-
right around the same time as 2001, right? So that was like, wasn't that right around that time that they were transitioning from PCB boards to what you're saying?
Well, that I think was actually a little earlier. Like the PC stuff, like in Raw Thrills and Big Buck Hunter and Golden Tee Golf and PGA Golf from EA, all those games are just straight computers inside. And it's not a bad thing per se, but it just... An actual arcade board, it being dedicated, was always from 1984 4 and on was so easy to work with, and now like you have RAM that goes down.
Yeah.
We had
Disk drives that fail.
We just had Uday, again, one of our regulars here, had his disk drive on his CPS3 blew out. And he's like, okay, well, I need a SCSI CD drive. It's like, where's he going to go to get that?
Get that from? Oh, they stopped making those a long time ago.
Go ask the time traveler cowboy to go pick you up one.
Yeah.
But it really makes it so once those games hit a point, it's going to be super difficult to repair them. It won't be very expensive because, like, you can go on eBay and buy a.
But there's going to be a point when everything fails,
Sure,
and there's not
sure.
any more. Like, for example, like there's so many other things out there. Like, what is it? Crackdown uses a floppy disk drive or something.
Crackdown, well, the
Yeah.
interesting thing, like, you can even look at, like, Killer Instinct, and that's been the interesting
Yeah.
progression of that, is that technology has actually evolved, and
Where you can
Killer
bypass
Instinct
stuff, right?
Exactly. Like, Killer Instinct shipped with this hard drive that very prone to failure. When they failed now, most people are replacing it with a SD-ROM.
Right.
With everything burned on there.
Solid state, no moving parts.
Yeah,
kind of a
it's,
deal. Yeah.
it's definitely the way to go.
Yes.
Something nice about
It's very cheap too. Like
For sure.
SDs cost nothing.
Definitely. I've seen people do that with the Naomi boards now.
Yeah. with
Where
the
they
USB,
replace the GD-ROM completely with just an SD chip.
Yeah.
So that's something we're actually going to have to probably look into to get our Ikaruga machine back up and running.
Do you think, though, it's kind of, I mean, we're no MAME whatsoever.
No.
It's not, like, I mean, that's compromising the original arcade hardware argument,
Yeah, that is a very gray area.
I mean, there's that point where something, either it's like, hey, 90% of this is arcade, and the only way it's going to work is if we do this one thing,
Again, and we do. That is a good point. There's like right now one of our Killer Instincts is running off an SD card.
Yeah.
The other is off the original hard drive.
Right.
You can't tell. But and same thing. Like, and again, we are very heavily. We have no MAME here.
Right. It's a very important thing.
It is, and we get people that accuse us.
Right. I mean, you can
online.
check anything. There's PCB boards everywhere.
And I think a lot of time. What's that?
Except for the occasional PS3, but that's still, it's made for that. It's not like we're.
Well, the only, like, Dragon's Lair 1 and 2, that one, we could have gone out and bought the original arcade version. We went with the PS3 one. We're not saying that this is the arcade one. This is the HD version.
Right. When you get the world record, it's on the PS3 world
Right.
record.
We
It's
don't
not
compare it to the
original
arcade one. Same thing. And we actually have been taking some of those off the PS3 cabinets.
Yeah.
It's only on fighting games, and it's only when the fighting community really, the pro scene really demands it be the
Right.
newest version. Like, for example, King
Definitely.
of Fighters 13. That came out. The PC that it came on,
Yes.
we spent many, many, many thousands of dollars getting that board here.
Yes.
And in under a year, the PS3 version comes out. They've added 2 characters. Suddenly the arcade version is obsolete to the pro scene. And they're like, can you put in the PS3 version? So
Which is thousands of dollars cheaper.
It's,
it is
what is
thousands of dollars cheaper.
$200 plus $60 for the game.
Right. It's
Couple of controllers or whatever, and that's it.
right.
Most $300.
Well, plus the monitor, we like to go.
Well, that was
nice
already
li-
there,
Sure.
I miss the old cabinet when you first opened up. You had like in the back, like the Sega set off or the Nintendo set off in there.
The console
console
cabinets.
cabinet,
I sit there and play Sonic 2 for quite a while.
Saw the Link to the Past is back there.
Oh yeah.
That's
that was fun.
that's been an actual thing I've been thinking about lately has been the Play Choice 10 machines.
Yeah.
And we've moved those to the expansion next door, just because there's other games that require the space out here. It's been the do we even want the Play Choice 10 games? I know they are like Punch Out. Tons of people play that.
People ask for it.
But, and we've been talking with the Underground Retrocade, which opened up recently. The owner there, Scott Lambert. He's got a multi-machine with 60-in-1 games in there, and it's just one machine. And he's like, we don't have these games, and we want people to be able to play them. If you play Gradius a ton, my thought on it is, like, if you're playing Gradius on the Play Choice 10 and then the arcade version, is it going to mean something less to you? Whereas if you don't have Gradius, like right now, to me, we don't have Gradius. We do have it on the Play Choice 10, but the Play Choice 10 is just the Nintendo version.
Yeah.
Would it somewhat take away from getting the actual cabinet? Because could the average person be like, I played Gradius there before. What are they talking about?
Yeah,
like,
but you're not catering to that with that game purchase.
Well, first off, if I pull the trigger on the $1,000 Gradius board, I'm catering mostly to the insanity of you, me, Rocco, the hardcore players that are like, yeah, Gradius would be cool. Like,
It's an interesting argument with Gradius specifically because Gradius, as a Nintendo game, unlike a lot of games that were stripped down, and yes, Gradius on Nintendo is not what the Gradius in the arcade is, but Gradius on Nintendo is still an extremely difficult game and challenging game.
sure.
And very enjoyable and brutal. I mean, it's a very difficult game to get through. And I feel as though Gradius is one of the few games that you actually could sit there and play the Play Choice 10 version, and it really doesn't justify buying, in my opinion, the board for $1,000 for that price. The Play Choice 10 version is actually worth having the Play Choice 10 cabinet for that game only.
But that's like
And
saying
a couple other games.
Contra
Yeah.
would be like, more people played the 8-bit Nintendo version of Contra.
Right.
Like, that's what they remember.
Right.
They don't as much remember the arcade version.
They don't, but that's more of a, I mean, what I'm basically saying to you is there's certain games that we have in here that are Play Choice 10 that are just nowhere near as difficult or intricate.
For sure.
But Gradius is still a very difficult, intricate game in some ways.
But that should probably only frighten you as to what the arcade,
yeah.
is the arcade version
I know
of Gradius.
Well, I mean, just from
Look at Gradius 2.
But
Look at Life Force.
Life Force and Gradius 2 suggests that it's going to be very visually beautiful, very a lot of layers to it and everything else. But I'm just saying that in this is one game, this is one game where the price point of it is so high and it's so rare. And
That's more the business end of,
Right.
like, I try to never concern the price point with the actual players, and we've bought some and spent some outrageous money on cabinets. Most expensive definitely being the In the Hunt.
Well, the Japanese,
Because
those two Japanese shooters are very expensive too. The Donpachi. and
Oh, yeah,
Pachi
no.
are very expensive.
for sure, those were
Straight imports?
yeah. They're any
They're like
game that
10
I have
times
to go hitting up people in Japan to get stuff. It's going to be pricey. Gradius in Japan it's pricey out there. Like, I can find a lot of the games, like, right now I'm looking for another Neo Geo 6 slot, and I'm probably going to import it from Japan because they're so rare, but super cheap out in Japan, so easier to get it in Japan than pay the exorbitant amount of price to get it locally. Out there, a game like Contra, totally cheap.
Yeah.
Gradius out there, super expensive.
It's just a rare board though.
It is. But out here, it's like, I've talked to everybody, and even people that collect boards are like, they don't even know there's a Gradius board. They haven't seen it.
That's because Gradius was so popularized on the NES system.
For
that
sure,
The Play
for
Choice
sure.
10 version of it became what was known as being the arcade version of Gradius
But
as well, right?
when you look at a game, like, and we can use a comparison of Gradius and Gradius for 8-bit Nintendo, Gradius for arcade, and Contra for 8-bit Nintendo and arcade. The people that do remember the 8-bit Nintendo version, and we break it down again, and this is, again, what is a major thing that has made this arcade, I think, led to its success, is that we look at gamers in different ways. Like, it's not just young gamers and old gamers and young arcade, young catering to the young crowd versus adults. It's casuals and hardcore players. Looking at the casual player, there's Contra, and they're not differentiating so much between Contra and the Play Choice 10. It's an arcade cabinet that has Contra in it. Would they make a trip back, having, like, if we made a big announcement about we finally had Contra here, if they had played here before on the Play Choice 10, right. Like, you might have a different opinion because you are a very hardcore arcade goer. You know the difference between the 8-bit Nintendo version and you know the difference between the arcade version. Is that going to be something that would draw the average person back out?
No, but the interesting thing is, and with what I'm trying to get to with this Gradius thing specifically, or with other games like it, is that the actual, the hardcore gamer can be attracted by any number of games. This is my whole point. The hardcore gamer can be attracted by you rolling out some version of Don Pachi that I have never seen before, or perhaps you rolling out Gradius, or possibly another game like that. Many games will attract a hardcore gamer because the hardcore gamer is familiar with many games.
Sure.
So if you make a big announcement that you finally have Zookeeper, or you make a big announcement that you finally have Berserk, or you make a big announcement that you finally have...
Is that a shot about Berserk?
Any other game that all of us are going to be familiar with, you know, then that attracts us. And what I'm saying is this anomaly with Gradius will work itself out over time, but you'll always have a game that you can go to pick up these hardcore people, but the casuals are just interested in sheer numbers. And so if you're just increasing the floor by 10 games they've never seen before, it doesn't make a difference whether it's Gradius or whether it's,
like the big name, big name titles. I think, and again, this is something that I've discussed briefly with Scott Lambert at the Retrocade. He has his 60-in-1 cabinet. He can play Zookeeper because he has a 60-in-1 board. Now, if he finally spends the money and gets an actual Zookeeper cabinet, if he can track one down, are the casuals who don't really realize or care the difference between, like, are they going to realize what they're getting? Like, it having a lesser version of it, it's like, is it going to dilute what it is? Is it going to be less? Because, like, I remember already playing Zook. Why is he making a big deal out of this game that he's already had?
Well, you're still catering to two different markets, and those two different markets are having a different impact, and you're marketing to those two groups in different ways.
Sure.
And so when you're marketing to diehards, you're going to spend a bit more money to have somebody come here for a longer period of time, right? When you're marketing to casuals, you're going to increase volume and get more titles out there just to get people in the door. So
but like our diehards, I don't see like a lot of our diehards putting time in on the Play Choice 10 stuff. Like
that may be true, but I think that it's sort of arbitrary what we get involved in doing here. Like one of us usually gets latched onto a game and the rest of us follow suit in some way, okay? And a lot of it has been the result of the fact that we've rolled out 30, 40 new games in the last 6 months, and all of us have taken more than that, I'm sure. But I mean, we've all taken our turns on those games as they've been rolled out. So I think under normal circumstances where we're not rolling out 30 or 40 games in 6 months, we will gravitate towards different things in different ways. And it may even involve us getting involved in some, hardcore Play Choice 10 session with like 6 of us going back and forth on a punch-out score.
Oh, yeah.
But it's just that we've had an anomalous addition of games that have been so great, for the arcade and for us, because James and Matt and everybody else in this room and we've all been we've benefited from having like This week it's Life Force, then it's Afterburner, then it's Outrun, then it's Sinistar, then it's a sit-down.
That was a big couple of weeks of games that came in.
That caused us to when you look at the last 6 months of activity from this group of people in this arcade, a lot of it is a result of an anomalous addition of great titles that we were all looking forward to seeing. Whereas under normal circumstances, you'd be adding a title for the people like us once a month maybe, and you'll be adding titles for other groups because you're targeting them separately. You see what I'm saying?
Right. And we do really try to look at all the different groups, like the classics and the shoot 'em up players, and even I get on my weird tangents where I want to do a bunch of specific Konami games and
Jackal,
that was an awesome one. Contra, Devastators, like all those were done in a row.
Jackal's awesome, but I'm not used to the arcade controls versus the home one. It's just very different.
For sure.
I hate the controls on Jackal. A lot of people do.
Yeah?
The way it moves, people can't stand it.
I can't stand it.
Yeah.
I'm okay at Jackal, but you're better.
I can't get used to the fact that shooting a different direction than moving is like a totally foreign concept.
It's like Robotron or Smash TV.
Well, I know it's like that, but I never got used to those games yet.
No, see, I mean, Doc, you were mentioning earlier about if you were to play the greatest home version of Play Shorts versus the arcade version, and I've had a discussion with you about Legendary Wings, how the home version is completely different from the arcade version. I played it at Diversions on one of those I don't think it was a 61 game or whatever, but it was one of those ones where you had multiple games. And I used a shitload of tokens to beat that damn game. And when you beat the game, it starts over and it's freaking twice as hard, and it's ridiculous. Whereas the home version, it's like, it's not as bad. It's reversed. So Jackal, the home version, the controls I'm used to, but on the NES, and it was one of my favorite NES games. And I could
mine as well.
I can beat it without continuing once. I haven't done it without dying. That's going to be a next step for me. But the arcade version, I was put off because I was like, wow, the controls on this is very different from the home version, and I was like, I just got to get used to it before I can wing it.
Here's the question: if you had the opportunity, say you were let me actually pose this to you, because I know you've made a special trip out here for a specific game. If you had played an emulated or a MAME version or the equivalent home version of Godzilla here at the arcade for a year and a half, and then the announcement was made, oh, we have the arcade board, are you going to be like, would you have made the same special trip out here had you played the same thing? To you, seemingly, you've already played it. But now I say we have the arcade version.
Well, I guess it's easier to in hindsight, or not hindsight, but I probably would, but that was more because it was Godzilla in the actual game. But I don't know. I like to think I'd be like in the same group as these guys as a hardcore gamer, so I'd appreciate aesthetically.
You are without question a hardcore gamer.
Like the whole aesthetic of having the actual cabinet and stuff. I find that very appealing to me.
Mm-hmm.
Just the whole feel of it is just completely. Like I said, it's mainly aesthetics though.
Yeah.
When it comes down to it, it's not so much about like the gameplay, I guess. But for example though, like with Donkey Kong, I would the home versions are completely like a different kind of game than what's in the arcade. So I mean, I would definitely make a trip out for Donkey Kong as opposed to playing the home game. But at the same time though, it's kind of great that you have these two versions. So it's like essentially you have two games in one. You can kind of use some strategies from the NES to the arcade.
Sure, some of it
the
does.
classic example of that actually is Haunted Castle and Versus Castlevania, because the Versus Castlevania is an NES game, or is a Nintendo product.
Right. Right.
Which is actually the exact identical thing to NES.
Yes.
It's the Versus Castlevania there is not really an arcade game. It's just
the
8-bit game on an arcade cabinet. But Haunted Castle was actually made by Konami to be the arcade version of that.
Correct.
And so you do have two different games.
To me though, and again,
those are two different games.
I have my own little intricacies of the Play Choice 10s. I'm starting to feel to be less and less of Haunted versus Castlevania. I'm totally fine with. played Choice 10 and its setup, I'm starting to feel that it's not as necessary to have those.
That's a different argument than the games within them.
Yeah, I am kind of bundling those together, I guess.
Yeah.
Like we do have a huge collection of Nintendo games here as well that people can come in and sit down in the private gaming rooms and play Nintendo games all day. Like I've set up the
painted cabinet for Gradius and had that board in a specific cabinet, it would be exactly the same thing as versus Castlevania. Exactly the same thing. It's an 8-bit thing. It's
Castlevania has, and I played a lot of Gradius back in the day. Castlevania still has a different meaning to me.
Of course.
Haunted Castle was not Gradius. Like, Haunted Castle was not Castlevania. Like, everybody played Castlevania.
Right.
There was... Nobody would go and play Haunted Castle and be like, this is a better game than Castlevania.
You mean the fact that those rocks actually hit you when they're not big?
Right. Gradius, and you can make the comparison with Life Force.
Right.
Like, if I put the 8-bit Nintendo version of Life Force next to the arcade version of Life Force, would you be like, oh, great choice of cabinets? Or would you be like, why is this piece of garbage here? And I loved the 8-bit Nintendo version of Life Force back in the day. Now, having played the arcade version of Life Force, that's all I'm going to play.
You're like, this is hard as hell, man, compared to
it's
It's like Russian Attack. I will never touch and play Choice 10 Russian Attack.
For sure. It is literally the exact same thing.
Yeah, it just looks worse.
What's the other one on that? There's another one on that row that's also it's the same deal. It's a completely different game than the Nintendo version, and you would never. It's one of those games that on the first row. No. It's one of the games in the first row right out here, where it's a completely no. Actually, I think no. I'm sorry. It's right next to Russian Attack, and it's one of the ones that's right there, and it's a completely different game. It's like Rygar or something like that, but it's
Rygar is a very different.
Yeah, but it's completely
Ninja Gaiden.
It's Ninja Gaiden. That's the one that You play the Nintendo version, you play the arcade version, and it's not even close. No, I mean, it's
totally different.
And that's a big thing. Like, a lot of the people, I played Ninja Gaiden back in the day a ton. And there's some people that, like Jeremiah, he loves the 8-bit Nintendo one, hates the arcade one.
Yeah, I'm the same way, actually. I've never played that.
I love them both. When you say Ninja Gaiden, to me, it's the arcade version.
Right. But it begs the question, why do they even call the games the same name? Because they're completely different.
Well, and that was really it's like you're getting, back then, I was super excited when Ninja Gaiden was coming out on 8-bit Nintendo because I had played the arcade version so much and was like, this is going to be awesome. And then I was like, I was super disappointed.
Really?
Oh, yeah, I was the same way, Doc. I remember like, wait, what the hell is this? This is really weird.
Like, it is such a different game.
It's like it's a climbing game, right? In the home version.
It's an action platformer as opposed to a side-scrolling beat 'em up, and it's like
it's actually similar to Russian Attack, and it seems like it's similar to Double Dragon and Russian Attack, the 8-bit versions. I mean, in terms of gameplay,
it's like the Ninja Gaiden, I'd say, is very fast-paced. Russian Attack, they're definitely different speed games. Right. Like you're doing very precise jumps in Ninja Gaiden, whereas Russian Attack, you're pretty much moving forward and getting just knifing everybody, and there's not a lot of going elsewhere, like Double Dragon as well. It's like that being a beat 'em up. You're moving on, like that is very similar to the arcade version.
It is. It is.
But
you're right. You make a good point about Gradius and Gradius Arcade side by side, whereas you would not. I mean, if you had them side by side, you would not play. It's like Life Force and Life Force. You just wouldn't.
You wouldn't play the 8-bit.
You wouldn't play that, and so that's a good point. But if you could not get the PCB for Gradius at an affordable rate, putting Gradius in a cabinet and saying, here's Gradius for a while, and then replacing it eventually and being like, here's Gradius, the arcade version.
But like that to me, and it seems like almost sidestepping the problem Like,
It's a deferred
it's
catch, essentially.
yeah, and being the way I am, I don't I don't want to just do this like half step of like, well, here's this version of Gradius to tide you all over. I like to come out through the gate with, here's the arcade version of Gradius that, like, I don't think people would complain about there being the versus version of Gradius on the floor.
Right.
But I think that it might be less impactful to some people that aren't as aware of what having a Gradius board is going to be.
But I think you just answered your question about play choice 10s that you first posed to us, which was you said, I'm having some second thoughts about having the play choice 10s at all. And you just said, I don't really want to make this half step, which is seeming like I'm just...
Well, and that's some of, there's a lot of intricacies of how the floor is. Like, I don't like taking games off the floor at all. I look at it as if right now we're creating memory. Literally, there's people that come in here that are like, this is my son, he's never been in an arcade. And if some kid finds a game that he's like, wow, I loved playing that game, and then it's gone from him, that bothers me. Like, we have so many games that we're the only arcade in the U.S. with them. Taking away, and it's so weird that there's stuff that, games that I'm not particularly a fan of, that it's somebody else's favorite. And it can even be down just to the name of it. Like, I've had people be like, you've got Judge Dredd. And when
Comic book people.
that's definitely, and it's been one of the games that I was like, I don't even want to put this on a floor. And that was actually one of the first games that I let Chris do mostly by himself, and I did the follow-up wiring on it, and
If it blows up,
it was one of those, like, he really liked Judge Dredd, and was like, all right, it's not a visually impressive game. It's not even a semi-good light gun game, but
It's really not. Like, you're just shooting all the same guys. There's no story, and it's just like
all Stallone's movies.
very dark, There's nothing to see, The game's super slow.
it is, yeah.
There's nothing going on, and it's just like, it's Judge Dredd, and Judge Dredd is
And that
cool,
means
but
something to some people. But it's surprising. It's like, I've seen it. Like, I actually I did a test with whether that game was going to be gutted out. and I put $1 inside the gun holster. And I'm like, if this $1 is here in a couple of days, this cabinet is going out. And I actually was telling somebody about it, and I think somebody overheard me, and I think that was actually because I think somebody actually just took the $1 out of it. But
I did play it. I got the
somebody
achievement on it.
posted on
when I was a customer.
before, yeah. Yeah,
That was not me, though. I did not find that $1.
Still looking for it.
Yeah, it's around here somewhere.
It's underneath the cabinet.
guy-
somewhere.
it could
But the guy just replaced it with
somebody
four
put
quarters.
somebody put another $1 in with it, being please take this game off the floor.
I think everybody's got that one guilty game that you're like, I really love that game.
What is your guilty game that you play?
Mine's Gladiator. Nobody
Oh,
really
yeah.
likes
Yeah, and that was we actually moved that into the expansion recently,
it.
and
It's okay if I move that. Yeah.
it's like, you can play it anytime you want, but
Oh, my guilty pleasure is Flicky, though.
you'd be really surprised at how many we had
me,
somebody
it's
post on the
Scarlet.
Facebook that are like, a lot of people, it's their favorite game.
It's my sister. Like when I was growing up, my sister and I we rent games together all the time. And Flicky was one of them. We rented from Genesis.
Me and my sister played that a lot on
that-
Genesis as
there's,
well.
a lot of nostalgic value with that too. It's a simple game. I mean, the whole concept of saving little baby birds may not be so burly, manly kind of deal. But I find it enjoyable. I just make sure nobody's around when I'm playing it.
Matt Walters, what's your guilty pleasure game?
My guilty pleasure game, probably actually, it's a game everybody plays, but it's Outrun, because I'll just play that game to death if you let me. You know, I mean, it's just one of those games I just love.
But that's such a
Such a popular
staple,
game.
popular game. Like
I
you
know,
can't.
I know. I'm too embarrassed to.
I'm
to
like,
the other ones.
like Chris was really adamant about us keeping Judge Dredd,
Well,
and that
yeah.
was like if I was going to play a game, I would go get the cover from Out Foxy's.
Okay.
and
all right.
I wouldn't want to be seen playing
all right,
it.
Fine, it's Stun Runner.
Stun Runner. That's I've never seen you on Stun.
He's that good.
Do you really? Yeah.
But nobody sees. See, I wait till all of you guys are in the back.
I need a pizza. Somebody go to the back and get me a pizza.
Nobody's ever gotten.
All right, I got 15 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, this game's so good. Yeah. Brandon.
I was playing Rad Racer a lot. I mean, it's not like a great race. I'm a big racing game fan, you know, and
No Winding Heat?
I played Winding Heat. I took the record in that, and it was just like, you know, this game is pretty bad. But I was really like, wanted to play Rad Racer, you know, and it's not an awesome racing game. It's in the play choice, you know. It's terrible, you know, but like I found it fun, and I wanted to know, like I seen it before, you know, a long time ago, and like it's got the Ferrari, and then it has that Formula One, and I'm like, what is this Formula One about? And that's why I was playing it, you know, and I'm like trying to go, you know, and then we subsequently put it in the expansion, but and unable to play it now for the most part. But like, yeah, I was playing that.
Play it whenever you want.
I can go over there, yeah. But I'm always working for the most part, you know. So, yeah.
Gerry, your guilty pleasure game?
I like Road Blasters.
Road Blast? That's a solid game, though. There's
That and
That's-
Popeye.
there's nothing that like even Popeye though. That's like you should have no qualms about being seen playing Popeye.
No, that's a good game. But besides
Like-
that, not really nothing else.
Pete requesting Fighter's History.
Yeah.
Like that's one that he should.
Jackie Chan.
I can't believe that even exists, man. I saw that. I was like,
Jackie Chan, Survival Arts. Those are.
He's the man, though.
It's actually. I'm not going to sit here and defend Jackie Chan.
I'm Jackie Chan, and this is my game.
A lot of people come in for it.
And that's again one of the reasons why was interesting when we put it up, and why when I had the chance to pick it up, it was like, I had played it on MAME before, and I was actually looking around for it because it is such a draw getting these obscure games that like it's so notable and recognizable name that people want a Jackie Chan fighting game. What is that? And it gets people to come out and check out this game that they never knew existed and never want to play again.
Can't even play as Jackie Chan.
And we have a few of those, like with Mega Man would be another one where it's a lot of people don't know there's a Mega Man arcade game, but they come to check it out. Dragon Ball Z was another one. It's just the name, and it's its whole community onto itself. I post like Godzilla. Going back to Godzilla again, I posted a video about the Godzilla arcade game, and it's thousands of hits on YouTube now, and people.
That was a pretty big one that you put on there, right? And
That was.
Well, there's no footage of it. I tried looking at it before, and you couldn't find anything on that thing.
There's like no manuals or anything.
There's.
no
I actually
moves.
uploaded the manual. I've never seen a marquee for it. I made the marquee that we have and did all the artwork on it, and it's one we get people that are like they've never heard of it. They're anxious to see it. Every time I see somebody come in with a Godzilla shirt on, I'm like, I've got a game you have to check out.
People did come just for that game. I remember that family was like, that was when G-Con or whatever.
Yeah,
it was
I
here.
go to the convention every year. It's actually it's in Rosemont, and I told a bunch of people about it. And actually at the convention, they have the fighting tournaments for I forget what the name of the game is for the Godzilla, but then they have like a Jaguar version of some Godzilla game, I want to say, or maybe like Atari something or other.
Oh, was it King of Monsters? Maybe Neo
I
Geo.
forget who it was, but they had
Primal
a lot,
Rage.
Primal Rage.
but they had a lot of Godzilla games,
That's
and
another one.
but nobody ever heard of the arcade version. And so, like, yeah, when I was at the convention, of course, I was talking this place up. So, yeah, I sent a few.
And
people
we always
over.
appreciate that.
Yeah. So people are like, oh, really? Like, there's an arcade game for that? I'm going. Like, yeah.
Yeah, it's the name of it.
Get your fanboys and
for
everything.
sure,
Oh,
for
yeah.
sure.
Marvel
Definitely
versus
not a bad
Capcom.
thing. That's the whole, and that's a whole nother area with the fighting community. But I don't know. Is there as far as I guess we can segue that into what games would you guys like to see soon?
Oh, I guess.
Everybody's like, give me a
All right,
microphone.
Sorry.
I don't mean to interrupt. My guilty pleasure game is Robotron.
Oh, James, Robotron is so highly respected. Like that is, what's a game that you play that you're like, okay, I'm in this aisle.
You're kind of. I don't want
There's
anybody to
nobody
see-
else. I don't want to see me.
Go on.
Like
Sorry.
Robotron, again, nothing. There's people that come here and spend all day on Robotron.
I mean, this is my
Like-
guilty pleasure game. That's what I was trying to say.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Go on.
Okay, before we move on to what you
Yeah,
said, this
well,
is
sorry.
Duke Dink, for those who don't recognize my voice, also known as AIW 2012 on AU Arcade. You guys, I got to learn from you guys how to work that. But two guilty pleasures, I guess, or would be Tron Gauntlet Dark Legacy, and I'm not embarrassed to play Double
I've
Dragon
seen you-
3. I actually played that damn game to the end, and I was really annoyed when I was like,
man.
I gotta beat this damn game, just get it over with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That is-
So here's a funny thing that I did not catch, and I think the Angry Arcade Nerd caught it, and my friends were showing me on YouTube. On the home version of Double Dragon 3, where you guys know the story, right? But on the title it says Bimmy and
Bimmy and
Jimmy. I did not notice that until that was pointed out to me.
Back in my arcade days, again, tons of Double Dragon. I remember spending so much money getting through Double Dragon 2 the first time. Loved the series. I found Double Dragon 3 at Haunted Trails. Is where I played Double Dragon 3.
Wow.
And I remember the first shop, the first place that you could walk into and buy stuff, and I was like,
What the hell is this?
what? And I was so instantly disappointed in the game.
No,
knew
I don't
this
even
was-
know how you
they've
get
ruined
points to
Double
buy
Dragon.
shit in that game. That's the thing
It's-
that
it was,
frustrated me.
Yeah.
I did the test on that one, and honestly, I'd never played all the way through.
I did, so you got somebody who
There's-
who experienced it, and it was somewhat torturous. But to move along with what you were saying, games we'd like to see.
Yes.
A number of things about me. One is I'm a big environmentalist, so
For sure.
real
And
quick,
that is-
just want to thank everybody for being so.
We do want
open
to
and
chime in.
empowering.
We appreciate that Duke here actually, usually on the weekends when he's here, he helps us with recycling and takes all of our bottles.
Yeah.
And that is,
The customers and the staff, I want to thank everyone, and I also want to thank my friend Oscar, who told me about this place, and I invited him, but unfortunately he was unable to make it. We're going to see about coming in on Saturday together.
Cool,
And then,
cool.
I'm also a pinball enthusiast. So if you
We
have
do
pinball,
know.
I might just be playing pinball and none of the other games. Nothing
well,
against the other games
I
and stuff.
picked up Legendary Wings specifically on your request.
Okay, yeah, so three
I can't
games
wait
that I thank you. Legendary Wings, Trog, awesome 4-player game.
Trog, we've
And this game that my friend Mike and I really just enjoy, beat 'em up fighting game. This game called Street Smart, SNK. I don't know if anybody's ever
Street
played
Smart.
it. That
I
was
played a lot of Street Smart on Genesis. It was actually it's from SNK. It was.
Wait, it was on Genesis?
Yeah, it came out on
Shit.
Genesis.
I only played the arcade version. That was back in Utah where I grew up.
It was. It's actually a one-on-one fighting game.
but you play 2 players and it's 2-on-2. And
Yeah,
If the
yeah.
guy doesn't continue, then you're stuck fighting 2 players and getting your butt kicked, which is what sucks about it. But those are the games I would recommend. I don't know if anybody would want to.
Jerry, what do you want to see? What am I looking for?
I would definitely like to see Zookeeper. I saw some video on that, and Discs of Tron.
Now you know the prices of both of those.
Yes, I do. That's
They
why I
are
haven't put them in the
pricey.
suggestion box. No, I would like to see them.
Donation box.
Yeah.
We should get a donation box for those expensive games. I'm kidding.
I'd like to really see. I'm not sure if I'm saying the name right, but I think it's Time Killers, the fighting game.
Time Killers from Strata. Actually, we do have Time Killers and Bloodstorm. Got them both. Just haven't had time to put them in the cabinet yet. A lot of people request those.
Okay.
We actually were so close to having them on the floor. We were doing the button test on it.
The layout is a bit different, and that's why it's like, you know, you really can't do. It's like it's this cabinet, you know.
And that's it.
Yeah.
And we will have that up soon. We'll have it up eventually.
Right.
But we do have both boards,
Right.
so that will be coming, and then maybe we can convince Daniel Pacina to recreate the Johnny Cage plays Bloodstorm.
That would be interesting. That would be really cool. Do you think he would do it?
I don't know.
Never hurts to ask.
I don't know. So, Brandon, what games do you want to see? Bonga?
I don't know what that is.
Oh no, you weren't here for that discussion.
I was not.
Bomb Jack we do have. It's actually in the expansion. My fiance Tiffany, who was here earlier, that's one of her favorite games. She's urging that it comes back over on the floor. That was definitely one of the first games that we had up and running, and a lot of people like it. Definitely a classic game, and I think a lot of people would be setting scores on it if and when it does make its way back over here. But
for a long time, I was, like, played all the time at, like, certain places and stuff. Really huge fan of, like, Hydro Thunder. About the racing games and stuff. They take up a lot of space and they're pretty pricey. For me, it's really about, like, racing games and stuff. Like, I like Cruisin' Exotica. Cruisin' World is a good game.
I've for
but
sure been
definitely
looking for some of those.
Hydro Thunder, even when I was a kid, I'm like, man, if I had the money, I would buy one of these for my house. It'd be so cool. I'd play it all the time with the throttle and everything. It's really a lot of fun for me. Definitely like to see at least one Hydro Thunder here. I really appreciate when you could race against somebody when you had the linkable arcade cabinets, like when we had Arctic Thunder.
Arctic Thunder Link.
That was really, really cool. Unfortunately.
That one.
Ain't gonna happen.
Well, it's kind of a joint problem of those machines are very prone to going down.
Yeah.
And they do take up so much space.
Right.
I was going to mention Crisis Zone, but that takes up a lot of space too. As a phone.
Crisis Zone, yeah. And again, like some of them, again, we don't necessarily make a point to have them on the floor if they're still at other arcades that are around. And it's becoming less and less. I know, I think it was Brunswick Zone had a Crisis Zone. And I think they even had Arctic Thunder or Hydro. I think they had one.
You're talking about the Naperville location, the one that actually has the big ass arcade.
I think.
They're everywhere.
They're everywhere.
Well,
so arcades
the closest one I live to is Niles, and you can't really call that much of an arcade. They only have a few games.
Right. And one thing, though, is not detracting from those places that do, because, again, the Brunswick zones, I'm pretty sure a lot of them have been pulling a lot of their arcade machines out. And that's really unfortunate, because, it is someplace, even though they don't have a lot of games, it's someplace that somebody can go and at least experience some racing games or some shooters. And it's like...
Or DDR.
And, if you...
I'm probably the only one in this room who actually plays that game, but I haven't played it in a while. I don't play it as often.
All right, well, that was Duke Dang, everybody.
Thanks, Brandon.
Well, I remember as a child, though, the Haunted Trails was around and, Brunswick Zone, but, you couldn't go to those all the time. I grew up in Berwyn, and a lot of, pizza places or 7-Eleven would have just a couple arcade games, one of the first ones I remember playing is a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game. And,
For sure.
Yeah.
you know,
Well, every pizza
Good
place had
yeah,
that.
like they were like
Simpsons or something.
little corner shop though. Like they had like 2 games. You sit there and you play Golden Axe. I remember when this hot dog place had Mortal Kombat. Like me and my friends were there all the time. Then they replaced it with Michael Jackson Moonwalker. And like,
I'm sure you appreciate it.
oh, I mean, we played it because what else are we gonna do? But we're like, yeah.
I like that game.
Oh.
It's all right.
Growing up, I was fortunate. There was
I beat it.
growing up. Growing up by me, there's a hot dog place that had Ghosts and Goblins and Gyrus.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh, shit.
And then actually right down the street, Bambino's, back in the day, it had Golden Axe, Altered Beast, and then later Mortal Kombat and NBA Jam. So it was.
I don't even remember them having arcade cabinets.
Yeah,
I think
That
live
was-
formats will have like
must have been a really long time.
Galago, or
and
Sega.
Funhouse pinball.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I got one game that hopefully I could talk to my. I always talk to this.
You want us to get
member
Scud
friend.
Hammer?
What?
Scud Hammer.
Hammer.
No.
Okay.
No. This is my friend, my member friend that I got this game from Walters. Pole Position 2. He says he's never heard of it.
We actually have pole position too.
Yeah.
We have the board. We have the original
We have a
cabinet
cabinet,
sitting in storage. Well, it's room and time. The board and
We have a
potentiometers.
lot of cool games that are just like down, and things like you're like, oh man. what are we gonna
It's
do
really
with this?
time,
It's
space,
time, yeah.
and like we have
Money.
Andy.
Sega Strike Fighter sitting in storage,
Yeah, that thing
which
would be awesome.
that thing I don't
It
know
takes
if
up too
everybody.
much space.
It's
crazy.
I'm actually thinking about bringing it over
Yeah.
sooner than later for the expansion because that thing it's a monstrous sit-down
Yeah.
flight simulator shooter game.
3 screens.
Three
screens?
25-inch monitors set up with a spread
Like you're
interface,
literally sitting in a cockpit. It has the pedals and everything. It's ridiculous.
like throttles on it.
Lights.
It's
Wait a minute.
Intense.
You're talking the ones that. This is a dumb question. You're talking 3 screens.
25-inch
I'm
monitors.
trying to imagine that.
Do you know how wide the
is so
X-Men
neat.
6-player cabinet is?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
That we
yeah.
have sitting in our back room. That again, another one that we need to get up and running soon. But
Hey Doc, had you ever seen the sequel to Joust?
Joust 2, yes.
Joust 2. That's a classic
I've
game.
never seen it. I've only seen screenshots of it.
Never heard of it.
I've
looked-
heard of it.
It's rare, right?
You
we-
can switch from ostrich to Pegasus.
Pegasus, yes.
Yeah.
What?
We've
Yes,
actually.
Was that an arcade game?
It was
Pegasus
arcade.
was slow
I've
and hard to
actually
fly.
seen it and was close to pulling the trigger on it, but it's still kind of pricey.
Yeah.
A lot of people preferred Joust 1 is really the preferred version of the 2, but like the completist in me wants to have it. And for the obscurity of it, it's like I'm looking. It's still on my list. Yes. Oh,
I've never
it's
seen that. That game's
it's
so damn hard on the difficulty.
looks more like a Rolling Thunder, which
Rocket launchers. And
Yeah.
everything. He looks like out of boxes almost.
yeah.
But just more, straight down.
I'm robbing
Yeah.
his house. I'm gonna blow it up with missiles.
Yeah.
It came out very late in comparison. It was they actually put on the I believe it was the F3 system, which it came out in 2 formats, which is very interesting. Good, definitely on the list of stuff to look for. And yeah.
It's just like the X-Files movie when they released it. Like, the show's been over for like 10 years. What are you doing?
So Rocco, what's aside from elevator action returns?
I know it's super pricey, but that newer alien gun game looks fantastic.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
Extermination, yeah.
That's what it's called. It looks so cool. And I know that's another one. It's huge. It takes up a lot of space.
That one actually, again, it was. There's actually 2 of them. There's Exterminators and Alien 3: The Gun, which was, yeah, that one wasn't bad, but no, it wasn't bad. It wasn't.
That
It wasn't bad, but it definitely the Exterminators is a really cool game. Again, being a fan of Aliens, if I found one at a good price, that one might make its way onto the floor.
That one
just for
with the minigun that shoots out all those empties.
yeah, that's
That'd be so cool.
there's this game in I forget where it was. It was either Korea or Japan made it,
Yeah.
and you're manning a
The controllers are just a giant minigun that's rotating barrel, shooting all of these empties out of
empty
the
shells
sides.
fly out of it, and
Yeah.
it has this self-contained thing in front of it that catches them all, and
Recycling
it
them
fe-
all, just
That's
shooting
so
them all.
like you can barely see the screen because there's so many bullet casings flying up in front of you.
would be
Maintenance on that. I'm sure that thing
Yeah,
never.
like-
That thing probably never jams though.
Probably.
Probably
I mean, it's probably
perfectly designed very well.
just like every other arcade game. You know?
They're built to last.
Yeah. I'm sure. If they're just like every
What
other
was the worst
cabinet,
design thing that you've seen? Like
Okay,
me,
so-
hands down,
Alright.
it is. Terminator 2 is bad.
Yes, bad.
Arctic Thunder, the original wiring on that, they run this like super thin wire gauge up through a hole
Yeah.
that is a swivel point where the metal rubs onto itself.
That
and it's like,
happens all the time still.
yeah,
I have to go in there
it's
and
like
replace it all the time.
how was this ever going to work?
Crazy Taxi. It's the stupidest thing ever.
Is that the one where you have to take off the pad, the Arctic Thunder, so that it would
We're
work better or something?
like, yeah, there's so many games that we're constantly having
Crazy
to completely
Taxi.
disassemble to get into like one small.
The shifter on Crazy Taxi. It's got super thin wire. It's
Yes.
going through the same hole that a screw that is holding the shifter together goes through, and you're shifting it up and down. It's like putting blood vessels through your elbow joint, passing through there. Like, hopefully this won't get cut at some time.
It is a pretty bad design.
Yeah,
It's a pretty bad design.
Terminator by far, probably the worst thing. Just no matter what you do, you redesign the thing yourself, it's gonna fail again.
Sure.
You know, there's nothing you can do
It's-
about
What
it.
about Tempest?
Tempest is
Not a bad design.
It's-
It's just that it's a problem in itself. You know,
Yeah.
because it's so old.
Okay,
You know.
it's 48, and-
that's more like that gets in the board design is
Oh,
there's bad board design.
there's bad things like freaking
Operation Wolf, the board
Yeah.
design, everybody complains on the way the gun is set up. If a drink gets spilled onto the top of the cabinet, it runs through, they've put the board in the very bottom of the machine.
right underneath the gun.
Well, yeah, if you spill a drink on it, the fluid will go through everything
Yeah.
and end up right on the board. And that's why none of the Operation Wolf's boards work. I
Like,
believe it actually goes down the mirror
Yeah.
and then back in
It's like
onto the board.
A tube that runs right
It's-
onto the board.
You can watch the destruction. Like,
Yeah. Outrun and Afterburner, literally, like, they're made to destroy themselves. Like, they're shaking cabinets,
make
like,
this-
ripping wires apart inside, shaking back and forth. Like, who designed this thing? Like, all right, it's going to be cool for the first year it
Right,
runs,
right.
and then after that, it's like,
Well,
okay.
and then a lot of places, nobody expected 30 years later. It
yeah,
was
I
like,
suppose.
but
You know, they're pretty bad designs on some things. Some things you're just like, whoa, this is really cool that it still works, you know, and you're just like, you know,
It's-
whatever. But some things you're, man, I really wish this guy would have thought this through a little bit better, you know? Like, I don't know what they're thinking.
it was actually really fun. We had one of the guys who designed the Cruisin' USA. He worked on
yeah.
Cruisin' USA. And this was this was definitely this year. He was driving past and he saw it in the window. And he said he nearly almost jackknifed his car. He hit the brakes so hard. He came through the door and he's like, I can't believe you have this thing. And he's like, let me guess, it doesn't work, does it? And I'm like, no. I'm like, we just got this one in recently. He's like, no, there's no way it's going to work. He was so adamant and excited and knew what the problem was going to be. And
I had actually been working on it, like, the same week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was, the plan was like we were going to work on,
Yeah.
like, this was the week that it was going to get.
Never guess what'll happen.
He's
This
like-
guy comes in.
Yeah. He's like, I'm going to get this running, and if I don't get it running today, me and the guys that actually built this thing are going to come back with all the parts, and we're going to get it running.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never came
back.
Which
But
is too bad.
It was funny because he's like, he started taking the thing apart right there. And it's infrequent that it's never that I let somebody touch any of the cabinets here. Like even people that are from other arcades, they're like, oh, let me just fix it. It's like, no, you don't touch the cabinets here.
Right.
It's like,
We got this.
sometimes even Gerry. It's like, Gerry, no. Pete, we got this. We'll fix it.
Those are
Jeremiah,
well
don't
thought
touch
through.
it. Yeah.
Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea on this.
Well, and it's
Cruising car is kind of like you look at it and you're like, what is this? You know, the board's like 5 feet long on the thing.
Yeah.
You know, there's a the
big red car in the front.
You know, it's
and like
supposed
there's
to gyrate
optos
back
on
and
it,
forth, and it has all these safety measures. Like it's supposed to have these mats on the ground that lay down in case you jump out of the car. And
we've
and it
we've
stops the
seen
car.
some pretty odd things done to arcade again, the Crazy Taxi high roller cabinet. We weren't.
Oh my God.
There was no reason to ever open that up until someone actually snapped the shifter in half. Like the shifter on Crazy Taxi high roller, it actually comes up. It's a piece of metal and goes into a thick
T-shaped piece of plastic.
Yeah, like
shifting.
And they broke it at one of the legs on the T.
Yeah.
Which is like the strongest part on the thing.
Button just completely broken off.
Unimaginable. Like I can't even imagine how that was broken. If I had
we
that
had just
camera,
recently fixed that.
yeah,
too.
the camera
So
was
annoying.
down on the day that the PC computers were overheating at the time and have since been fixed, but didn't have the video of what was done to it. But
Put a bounty on this guy.
any information.
Please contact the GGA staff.
I get kind of upset when and it's infrequent that there's something major done wrong to an arcade cabinet, but it's very disturbing for myself, having worked on these so often and knowing that people aren't going to be able to enjoy this cabinet. And like Crazy Taxi High Roller was down for quite a while, so we actually had to machine something to replace it. Cause
you order the shifter and
the
they don't make it
shifters,
anymore.
yeah, they didn't make it. You couldn't find it. We weren't going to buy a full cabinet for just the shifter. Nobody was selling them anywhere. The on-file replacement part didn't fit.
Was the wrong part entirely.
Completely.
Yeah.
So. Actually, just joining us is GGA Tommy Waffles.
How's it going?
He's from our Mortal Kombat team here. Our, one of the best smoke players out there in the world.
Thank you.
How's everything going?
Pretty good. Just enjoying my my last week here. I'm actually going off to college next week, so yeah.
Oh yeah, so you're gonna be leaving us on the team for a while?
Unfortunately, it's gonna suck. You know, GGA has been a really big part of my life for since October, so it's gonna suck missing you guys, not being here.
There's still no way around that?
I mean, I'll be going to certain tournaments. There's a tournament out in Ohio. I'm not sure what city it's in. It changes year to year. And MLG Dallas in November. I'll be attending those two, but everything else in the middle doesn't look too good. So, but I mean,
no weekly practices though.
not every
one?
week. No, I'll try to get out of here as much as I can. There's trains, I could take. Hopefully carpools. Maybe Mo can pick me up. I'm not sure.
I was gonna drive 50 miles out of the way to go get you.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I'm starting up. I think I got going right in the moment because actually today's my mother's birthday.
Oh.
So.
Tell her we all said happy birthday.
Yeah, sure. So happy birthday, Mom. If you see me right now, hi. Well, it's nice.
Is there anything else you want to say for the big anniversary podcast? Or?
Well,
I know a lot of people are wondering if you're going to be getting Gamer of the Year. We're going to be announcing that this Wednesday. We hope you're here for that. And,
I'll be there for that.
Awesome, man.
Is there a time?
Between open and close, I'm sure.
It will be, well, sometimes we stay late.
Look, I'm not saying, ooh, it's me.
Well, there's some very impressive.
Being humble.
There's, we can.
What? No. You guys aren't listening. You're not. I'm not saying. I'm not trying to say. I'm just being humble. I'm just being modest. Yeah, modest, humble, or whatever. I'm just. Whoever gets it, gets it. I mean, if I don't get it.
That's all. That's how it goes, man.
It's
you are definitely in the running.
I have made a lot of achievements. There was trivia night that we had here.
Yeah.
And I won that, the Konami thing, until Walters took the. It doesn't matter that the Haunted Castle High World Record. That's okay. I give you kudos for that, and also me getting 1,000 tokens on Arcade. I guess. Yeah, that was heavy.
Not to mention your Facebook fan page that's out there now.
I liked it.
Did you?
Okay. If it wasn't for that Aliens game that I.
Very impressive, James.
Yeah. Yeah, my.
Do you have anything to say to the other gamers that come here to GGA?
Well, what can I say? Just be excellent to each other and party on, dudes. Cool. That's all I can
Thanks,
say.
James.
I really enjoyed this time, but it's getting. I know I've been here late, and I just got my folks are saying, "Where is Jimbo? Where is Jimbo?" It's not easy when you're 41 and live with your parents still. So I'm sorry. Sorry. Hi, Mom.
Thanks, James.
Bye.
James White, like him on Facebook, everybody.
But
I have a curveball to throw you with the whole what game would you like to see here thing.
Yes.
And that is, I wonder how you feel about the Touhou games, which are the Japanese bullet hell games that were made for fan-made games that were all made by one developer for PC that were never released to arcades, never released to any system, but they're all only made for basically Windows. Okay? Now, just like the PlayStation games you have ported here, that are only made for PlayStation. You have a PlayStation plugged in. You've got the cabinet built.
Yes.
Those are considered to be excellent games that can only be gotten by putting them in emulation through a PC because they're only built for that platform. Now, would that violate the MAME thing, or would that be something like the PlayStation thing?
It's not like if the game was made for a PC platform.
It was, yeah. You know what I'm talking about,
like
right? Those Touhou games that are like there's like tons of them. There's like 15 or 16 bullet hell games.
Yeah, like the Toho.
Yeah, it's not, whatever, how you pronounce it. It's Touhou is how it's spelled. They're basically like Dodonpachi games. They're bullet hell games. And they're considered to be very excellent, very difficult games.
They are.
But they're built only for PC and not for arcade. And they're all fan-made by one developer.
That is a good gray area question to ask.
Because I wouldn't mind seeing those games.
And again, I'm actually in the process of kind of rethinking some of our PS3 cabinets that we have. Like, I've actually just recently pulled off Soul Calibur 5 completely off the floor, and it won't be returning. Reason why, a few. One, it didn't really get the support from the fighting community on the arcade floor that we had hoped for. Didn't have an actual arcade release, which, like a game like Virtua Fighter, Tekken, King of Fighters 13, those fighting games, we have console versions because there's people that play them, and there's a pro scene for it. And even though there is an arcade version out there, they need the newest version for it to be a viable game. The only real game that is like a specific console game that never had an arcade release, Street Fighter Cross Tekken would be one, which honestly I was debating today whether to pull that off the floor, which was a cabinet that, it's two great names, Street Fighter and Tekken, put a lot of work on that cabinet, doing all. Thank you.
It was supposed to be a pretty big deal when it was released, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It didn't go over very well.
There's a lot of games like that, you know, like Skullgirls. Everybody's like, Skullgirls, you know, and then nobody plays that game.
Right.
A lot of hype.
And that's one of the things with the fighting community. It has really caused me, and again, it kind of conflicts. There's all these rules that I try to have for what goes on the floor, like not pulling a game off the floor rule.
Right.
It's a pretty heavy rule for me, but so is it also. I want it to be an arcade game. Like I could be doing games for console games all day. Like I'm sure if I did some Gears of War cabinet, I'm sure a lot of people would play it.
But consoles are different, and the reason why I asked this question specifically is because this set of games are completely unique, not made in the U.S. So that, and it's not like you can just go out and buy a PlayStation and play these games on a PlayStation or an Xbox 360 or anything else. These are specific games that are made for people who really are game enthusiasts, you know, that were a very weird area.
Sure. And again, love shooters myself. The newer bullet hell stuff, it's amazing the amount of skill that those take. And it's great that it has a fan base of where there would do just like a PC-based shooter. Like that's a very difficult market to make any money in. I don't even know if they don't make money. They're just free.
It's almost like open source. It's almost like they're just making these games because they love the so they won awards too. I mean, it's really grassroots.
Right.
Would you have to get the permission of the creator to do, to make a cabinet like that?
I'm pretty sure that this guy would be pretty open to that kind of publicity for his games.
I wouldn't be opposed to it, but again, at that point, it comes down to floor space.
Right.
Like Jodanpachi's Saidai just came out.
Right, of course.
And if you had the choice of either playing that or a game that you could go home and play on your computer, which would you rather have?
Well, that's a good question because Saidai, I don't even know if they released it. Did they release it to the arcade as well?
Yeah, it's an actual full arcade release.
And has it been widely released and is it affordable as a cabinet?
Well, that's one of those things that I try not to push on to the people that play here. It's like we have to factor that in as far as cost, but there's stuff that we do as fan service or even just as personal. Like again, we bring up the In the Hunt cabinet, which
they put underwater just for this guy.
Yeah, it was just some weird like the marquee for our In the Hunt cabinet. Game itself, great shooter, very visual, pleasing game. It reminds me a lot of the Metal Slug artwork. A lot of people like that style game. I was very familiar with it. I thought it deserved to have its cabinet. The board was expensive. I knew with the amount of shooters that we have that while it would be played, I just wanted something else to stand out about it. Kind of had the idea to do a cool marquee where I wanted it to be a water tank, and then it was a water tank that bubbled, and then it was a water tank with fortunately, they made a miniature replica of the sub from In the Hunt out in Japan, so we ordered that in, and
put ended up in there, right?
We debated. That was a possibility for a while, but then we opted against that. But
it would have gotten too dirty. Then we put LEDs in there.
Then we put LEDs. You wired that up, and those.
And then it's probably hardly played.
Oh yeah. Like it's now this big thing that I have to go fill up with water once a month. And,
look at that! That's really cool. Let's go play Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, we had.
I feel like it's a lot of fun to play with.
It's a fun game, but like in the long run, the amount of money for shipping the mini subs in from Japan, and we had Chris do the marquee, the actual. He worked. Literally, it was like 4 or 5 work days for him, full 8-hour, 12-hour shifts. That's not cheap, and this is for just a marquee that on a game that nobody's going to play.
So again, it's a victim of the glut of games that were put out. On the
For
floor.
sure.
If In the Hunt was released with that marquee at a time when there were 4 games coming out
Halloween
a month, then you would have had people playing it all the time, and it would have had its own special area.
It's not going to have it the same. It's not going to have. It would never, even at the slowest time. Like, it's not going to have the staying power of Ikaruga or Dodonpachi, Diojo. Like, it's not that type of game. Like, it's...
a lot of that's because of the era it was released in.
Yeah, it definitely a lot of people know of it. The hardcore shooters know of it.
Right.
But even when they come in, they're going to be like, oh, that's really cool. I'm going to go play Ikaruga now because I want a bullet hell shooter that's going to be like In the Hunt's no joke of a game. That's a very difficult game.
But it was released at a time when I feel like arcade games were not given the same attention as console games.
Without question.
And the problem with Ikaruga and Dodonpachi and those other games were made in an era where everything was taken into account, and the technology had improved enough to where, especially Dodonpachi, came out in 1995. I forget when In the Hunt came out. 95, 94?
Well, I think a lot of those games, like Dodonpachi, were so... Like, I had never played those in the arcade. Like, it's not the arcade font. Like, there's not arcades in the U.S. with those games. Like, those games have been played emulated and on home console and stuff like that. And that's where
you were saying that you even played on your iPad.
Yeah, I've got Dodonpachi Resurrection on my iPad, and that was something Uday wanted. He's like, you can go online and get an Xbox, get every cave game for $60, and versus going out and buying $500 for one game, and it's like, it's the difference of this is the true arcade version.
Yeah, right.
And, well, we could do a cabinet for the Toho games, which I'm sure people would enjoy. Again, it really comes down to space, and it's the purist almost that it's like
so you
should
better
have
Diojo than you would like a Toho with 12 games in it, which is a PC basically.
Sure, like
the future plans for the arcade, though, with like the PC setups and stuff.
Yeah, we do hope to really expand. We want to do a third gaming room,
right?
And have
PC LAN parties. LAN party, and where like that could be, a part of that. Really where you go in there, and we will have that available.
But even on top of that, there's so many things that aren't really getting used here to the fullest extent.
Sure.
Like you look at you'll play Gradius on Play Choice 10. We have it here on 8-bit Nintendo, where you don't have the time issues or anything. It's been maybe once in the last year.
You're talking about the consoles?
Yeah, the console, like people can come in the console rooms.
Very few people know about that, I'm sure.
Pull the console out right now. Just play like that.
Yeah, we should play Mario Brothers right now.
We have such a huge amount of games and systems. Like we have TurboGrafx, we have Jaguar, we have Genesis, Super Nintendo. And television, ColecoVision.
The Master System?
I think we do have a Master System. We don't have a 3DO, but like literally, if somebody asks for it, we'd normally be like, we should probably have a 3DO here, so when nobody ever asks us to have it. And again, it comes down to, it's kind of like the thing with Ninja Baseball Batman, where people like to know it's somewhere, but don't really want to go play it. And there's like, oh, do you have 3DO? Yes. Good. Cool. I'm going to go play Street Fighter.
I'm really glad it's somewhere.
Right.
It's comforting to some people.
It's comforting to me to know that we have it, because I never like saying that, and it's one of the big problems when, like, with you, Duke, you asked me if we had legendary wings, and I was like, no, we don't. And you asked me like 3 times, did we get that? And I was like, okay, I got to go get this. So next time you ask, I'll be like, yes, we have it. He's like, oh, where is it? Not on the flight.
We have it.
But I have it.
He's got you there.
No, I mean, I know you guys put in a lot of work for all this stuff, and I don't even understand, even like 20% of what you said about, the stuff earlier about, the jargon you were using. I'm like, what the hell? Oh, okay, I'm just gonna listen on this. But yeah, I mean it's to me it's magical what you guys do here, putting all that stuff together. And
thank you.
I'm a great supporter of things local. I mean, bands in Chicago and like things tend to fall apart when smaller initiatives versus, but even bigger ones, big companies and stuff like that. Well, I don't care if it's a band or what kind of discipline or field it is. It's really challenging to keep things rolling, and then of course you got to deal with your dynamics with your people within the band, and then within relationships with the company and stuff like, and the organization and stuff. So, I mean, I'm not going to be like, damn it, why don't you have this game already? Stuff like that. And
we do have a lot of support from like the customers and stuff.
Yeah, and
really,
that's
really
always
great.
been awesome, the amount of feedback that we get. And
Yeah, feedback is very, very essential for business,
Well,
to prosper.
Well, for me, it seems like this, the arcade was opened up not just to make money; it was opened up to be an arcade. I don't know if that's
Yeah.
Very true.
That's
Like,
probably the most important thing.
This is about the gaming. I'm sure you'd like to make money hand over fist, but like that's not number one for you guys.
Sure.
Is to create this community. This great, I've met a lot of great people, and all the people in the room here,
It really has to be that way because, and I've seen arcades that have opened. There was an arcade that even tried to open, and people have seen how the success that we've had here, and it's incredible. And we've tried to be very supportive to arcades that are opening now. It's difficult for a place that is like, this is going to be a money-making venture, and like really what makes this place so cool is, again, like our staff. Like, we get people that come here and pay to get in, and they'll talk to us for the majority of their day, and they're like, okay, well, I've got about an hour left before I have to go. I've been here for 4. I'm going to go play some games. And it's really, it is the community, and it's the people want to talk to everybody else that's in the games the same way they are, and haven't seen, play the stuff that they play. And again, the staff, you got to give huge props to everybody that works here, and the regulars, and it just is what it is. It's been a good business. Like, the business model behind it was, obviously with any good business model, you want to make money, but there's different ways to go about it. And if it's solely just trying to be in a money-driven thing where this has to make this much money, it's going to be harder.
Well, you could do that, if you're willing to not be the kind of arcade that we are.
If you want to be Dave and Buster's.
Sure. Like there's, we could have filled it up with redemption machines and just stole all the kids' money,
Here's a crane game,
we can do that, but, if you go into something to change the way things are done, and you really feel about, like you're strongly, feel strongly about that, it's the best way to do it. You're happier doing it, so you're going to work at it a lot harder. And that's how I think, if not all, the majority of the staff feels that way, and it's probably the most important thing, and that's why we're so successful,
To me, it's also like a grassroots kind of movement, if you will. Like, when I first heard about this place, I heard about from some guy I was waiting on. This actually a couple years ago during that great blizzard we had. Now, the restaurant I worked for.
No, that was just last year.
Was it last year or 2 years? I forget which. But
Year and a half.
Year and a half.
Yeah,
Okay.
year and a half.
But so we were the only restaurant open. Yada yada yada. I was waiting on some guy, and he turns out he worked for Midway at some point. And he's like, "Oh, you like games?" Because I was talking to his kids. They had some DSs out. I'm like, "Oh, we'll talk about video games."
Mike Vinicor?
I can't remember his name, honestly. But he's like, "Oh yeah, there's this arcade that just opened up in Brookfield. If you really like games, check it out." I'm like, "Yeah, that's great." And then I got hooked when I came in. Obviously, so it's such a great place. And then
when I come in, I'll tell Gerry, hey, give me a bunch of your business cards. And so I work at it. I'll try and bring it up in conversation and tell, hey, looking for a great place to go. Check this out. I know the owner.
A good time.
Just tell them I sent you that. I mean, stuff like that. I brought a lot of friends in, and they're like, oh, this is a great place. I got to tell my friends, and it's that kind of place.
Yeah, that's really awesome. That just have people that do that for us.
Yeah,
it's free. Like if I feel very passionate about it. Like I don't even work here, but I feel that if this place were to disappear,
well, the benefit
is hole in my life.
Is literally, it's if the more people that everybody brings here, the longer we're going to be here.
Yeah.
And it's literally, I mean, it's like it's just like this amazing pyramid kind of thing.
And
it's
even bigger. The amazing, like when people come in from out of state, and even out of we get people that come in from almost every month. Like there's people that are making the trip. I got to make it out here at least once a month.
I'm in Chicago. This is the place to come.
We get people in from other countries, and that they're picking their vacationing spots around being close to the arcade.
Yeah.
And that's just amazing. Like we have one guy, he comes in from Hawaii, and he had some family issues, and he's like, they were like personal family issues, and he's like, well, at least I got to come to the arcade again.
Yeah.
And it's like it was that one good thing for him. But yeah, that's, and how they hear about it is it's so often it's like, this guy told me about it, or
right. And that's what you want, though. Like, I mean, sure, you can have all the advertisements and stuff like that, but people are more inclined to to check something out when they hear from somebody directly.
Sure.
Like, hey, this is a great place. Go, you better check it. Okay, maybe I will do that.
Another amazing. We've made no real outward movement to do any advertising. It's all just been
like that's not even a joke. It's literally like no advertisements.
I mean, you've got some. I know that.
Nothing.
Well, some they'll do interviews. I've seen
there's been tons of interviews,
right?
Sure.
But
a specific.
But those are really like niche markets, that are like, hey, these really hardcore gamers are gonna watch these, small interviews and stuff.
They're seeking you out as opposed to you seeking
them
out.
Right.
They hear about you.
And another one of the great things that have helped us, especially in the fighting community, has been the fighting team. Like that really put us in front of a lot of a large amount of specific players, like for our Mortal Kombat team. I've only been with once out to Evo with you guys, but talking to the people out there, like you guys are so highly respected as players, and it's a joint thing of like you guys all make each other better because you all get to practice against each other.
Right,
but
that's probably our biggest advantage.
The other great thing is that because we are this like powerhouse kind of a deal, people do want to come here to play against us.
For sure. For sure.
And it's not just like, oh, there's these guys that are sponsored by this arcade. It's like you want to play against Team Galloping Ghost.
For sure. Like you guys, again, you bring us so much notoriety. Like it's been kind of like this revolving thing where we were sending you out places, and because of your skill levels, and it's just been a great benefit to even have a team. And it's unfortunate that there's not more teams that we can, like specific arcade teams that we can go out and challenge. Like there's definitely different groups, and you know more than any of us about the other teams that you faced out there.
Yeah, sure. Well, other team players aren't sponsored by they're sponsored by businesses, but not so much arcades. That I think that adds a lot of uniqueness to our team. Like there's VVV and VSM, and those guys are out on East Coast, and then there's EGP out on West Coast, and then we're kind of like the head Midwest team, and it's great. Like just this week we have one of the famous players in the community, Tom Brady, come out. That's just his nickname. That's not his actual name. But he's here, and he's bringing tons of hype, not just to the stream, but to local players around this in our scene. And it's really cool to see everyone come out just to not only practice with us, talk with us, like as you said, but how people just come to be part of the community and stuff. It's really fun.
And he was here yesterday, actually. Did you play against him?
Yes, I did play against him.
How'd you do?
Pretty good.
Give me numbers. How many matches you play?
I hope he's not listening
I know
to
you're a
this.
match. I know you're a match counter like I am.
Call him out. Expose him.
Expose
let's
him.
See. The
You're
character,
fraud, Tom Brady.
The character I use is called Smoke, and we actually went out to eat, and he challenged me with a pretty around the community. They know this to be a very bad matchup, Kung Lao. So he plays Kung Lao, and we played a first to 5. I beat him 5-1, and then his main character is Sub-Zero, and that's advantage Smoke, and we played for like an hour and a half, and he won like 5 games.
Out of how many?
An hour and a half's worth of games.
I'm sure those were fairly quick matches. Several hundred.
Several hundred. Wow.
Is he coming tomorrow?
Yeah, he'll be here. He'll be here all week. There's actually a tournament this weekend, the same day as your guys' world record.
On Saturday?
Yeah, but it's earlier in the day, so we'll be here for that. It's at like noon.
Is he going to be doing the tower?
He'll be doing that. Oh, okay.
Let's explain what we had an event at our Shang Tsung's Fight Night 2. Team ran a tell them what the tower was.
Okay. So basically, the whole team was comprised into bosses on the original, similar to the original Mortal Kombat ladders, like in MK1, the ladder where each boss or each character you have to fight gets continuously harder. And
There's a lot to say about Medina there, right? It's at the bottom.
Well, and so we had one of the another famous player called Slips from St. Louis come up, and it was on the same day as.
And he's an awesome Scorpion player.
Yeah, he's probably the best Scorpion player in the community. And on Shang Tsung's Fight Night number two, right?
Yes.
He went through the tower of GGA members. So Medina started off, and then I believe it was Mo next, and we took all the unique opponents from the MK ladder and turned them and used our GGA teammates as them. So there was the mirror match, there was the endurance round with Phil Pops and I playing Noob Smoke. There was Shiva.
And how did that go over for?
Well, we need to tweak that out a little because it's pretty insane. Basically, Slips had 2 characters technically, but he was only allowed to use 1. And when Phil Pops and I defeated his character, which he used Scorpion, we had to go to the character select screen because in the original MK ladder, if you lose in the endurance match, well, first of all, you only have 1 character and you have the exact same amount of health as you usually do. So when Slips lost, he would have to restart every single time. And he had about 5 continues, and then we just played it out until he could finally beat us. And I think we just let him pass because it was too hard.
He won 1 round, I recall.
He did.
And
he did win 1 round.
that was like, he legitimately won the round.
Yeah.
And we were just like, that's enough, because this is completely impossible.
Yeah.
Right. Being you guys are so amazing players and stuff like that. So we're going to have to tweak that up a bit. But we had Shiva as like the sub-boss right before 16-bit ended up being the top of the ladder. And Slips actually beat him
the first
try, without using any continues or anything like that.
Yeah, he was pretty salty about that.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. I thought that was very interesting that he was so easily beaten.
Well, the reason why 16-bit wanted to be the top of the tower was because him and Slips have known each other for a really long time. And 16-bit plays what most people consider a 7-3 matchup for Katana over Scorpion. And Slips just, I guess he just has his number or something. I don't know.
Well, he was actually also under the watchful eye of the original Scorpion, Daniel Pesina.
Yeah, all those
right.
here. That's true.
Yeah, they visit a lot. Actually, Jax was here. What's his name again?
John Parrish.
John Parrish.
He's coming tomorrow as well.
Yeah, that guy's awesome.
Try to get him on commentary.
Yeah, we got an awesome picture with him, too.
We also have I talked to Daniel Pacina today. He's going to be trying to bring in Carlos Pacina, his brother, who
That
played
would be
Raiden. Tony Marquez, who is the original Kung Lao.
Nice.
And then on Saturday we have Steve Ritchie, who's very well known for his pinball machines, but also he was the voice of Shao Kahn in the earlier MKs. So, and then Philip Ahn will be here, who we can't forget Philip, who's always great having him out.
Now, when is this podcast going on the internet? So, is this going to be relevant information?
Sure. Yes, tonight.
Very good.
So for, again, talking about other games on the arcade floor,
Yes.
we have our 2 custom Mortal Kombat 2011 arcade cabinets. Are you going to be asking for an Injustice cabinet? Would that be something that you would want to see? Are you going to shift off of Mortal Kombat onto Injustice?
The game, as of right now, well, we have one of our teammates, GGA 16-bit, who actually works for NRS, and he can't really keep us updated because a lot of the stuff is very seclusive from outside of NRS. So, what? Oh, okay. But right now the game looks pretty viable for to have a pro scene. I guess everyone on the team is going to give it a shot. I know a lot of people are moving to actually Tekken Tag 2, and I don't know, other various fighting games, possibly Persona 4. But yeah, I mean, definitely I'd like to see an Injustice cabinet. I think it'd get a lot of people just because of the actual theme. DC characters, everyone loved MK versus DC.
Really?
When it was out, yeah.
When it was
the only MK game out.
Yeah, for a long time. Yeah, they played it a lot. Is there any non-fighting game thing that you want to see out on the floor?
Not really.
Like any old game that you played a long time ago that we don't have?
I think you've got them. Yeah. Usually I'm just all the time. Yeah, we used to play all the time. Actually, when I first came here,
Millipede dedicated cabinet.
Upright? You
Upright.
You don't like the cocktail table?
I've tried. I suck at it. Can't see as well.
For which game?
I think me and Pete Hahn were talking about it. That has something to do. But I'm going to continue challenging myself on the cocktail table.
Oh,
just got to get used to playing sitting down, I guess.
Sure.
That's another thing.
So there's an idea. When I was younger, my first console was Super Nintendo. Are those cocktail tables with the Mario games on it? Are they the actual? Do they have Super Nintendos inside them, or are they just the boards?
No, those are Verse Red 10. They're Red 10s, which is a dedicated board that they released a series of games that actually worked on Play Choice 10 and in Verse systems. Actually, just in Verse systems. So yeah, those everything. So we're really going to be getting those off the floor soon.
Oh, okay.
No, but no, they are dedicated. There's specific games that they can run.
Okay. So I guess the only game I could really ask for, Yoshi's Island.
Yoshi's Island?
That was probably one of my favorite games as a kid, but I'm not sure if you can make that happen. I don't know.
We can make anything happen.
Of course, right.
It's just what we.
You're talking about the home versions.
Joined again by Mr. Gerry Cantu, star of Conquering Light. We out there playing stuff?
A little bit.
What'd you play?
Quick game of Popeye. Kind of walking around. I have family here too, so.
Gotcha. So the question, the topic went off onto non-arcade released games on the floor.
Okay.
We've currently done a few, Street Fighter Cross Tekken. The ones that we've done it for have been fighting games.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously we are a very strong supporting of fighting games throughout the community. But Matt Walters was asking if we would ever do a cabinet for shooters. Toho put out a very popular series of shooters, similar to Ikaruga and Dodonpachi, Daiojo, and in the same vein as that, and released them on just PC. What's your thought on doing a game that didn't have its base and origin or any of its lifetime in an arcade?
Well, I think that as long as they play the same as they originated as, I think that that's acceptable if it was never released in an arcade. I think that would be, in my opinion, fair to the arcade scene. And I think that because of the atmosphere that the arcade brings to people, and if we had something that it was just not available on an arcade or in an arcade, then I think that that's acceptable for us to put it in an arcade to keep the whole competitiveness going and all that good stuff. So that's my thought.
Cool.
What did everybody else say? I missed it.
Disagree.
Everybody, yeah. Everybody else disagrees?
It's not so much that I disagree. It's for me, it's more of with the limited floor. Yeah, it's with the limited floor space.
The reason why I asked him was because it gets into the main. It really does start.
See, I don't know if I agree with that because it's like.
The reason why it would get into MAME is not because it is MAME, because people perceive a PC inside of an arcade machine running a PC game as being equivalent to MAME. I'm not saying that it's the same.
I don't, and again, that comes down, you look at all the new arcades, they're all released just on PCs.
Yeah.
Like,
right.
They're all very hackable. They're like the King of Fighters 13, for example. No special hardware for that.
Right.
Most people had the exact same, like it wasn't a very powerful computer to run the game. People spent significantly less. We bought the actual dedicated arcade released games.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
I don't know how this happened, but go ahead.
People were showing up at our fighting event with the game running on a laptop. And it ran exactly the same as the computer that we had in there. No difference in it. You had to press a button to credit it up. It's emulated in the fact that it gets around the dongle that it needs to boot up. But that's the only emulation. The game itself, the hardware is the exact identical thing. Operating system that it requires to run is just XP. There's no proprietary hardware that makes it needed to run. And that's always been the difference with, like, when you're playing it like that, it is identical.
But King of Fighters 13 has its roots in being an arcade game.
Yes.
And my whole point is that the perception of where did this game come from? And the answer to that would be, well, this game was never released in arcades. This game was only ever released on computers. Why is it in an arcade then? Well, they built a custom cabinet with a PC inside of it. Oh, I see. Well, then why aren't they using computers to run all these other games they don't have? That's what I'm saying. The perception would be that.
The answer to that is just that that game that's running on the PC is just not available in an arcade game.
But I'm just saying.
We have the ability, we can wire anything to run.
Right. And that's
like,
not my point.
And that was something we were talking about with Mega Man.
Right.
Like, we have tons of huge Mega Man fan base that come here. A lot of people that play the Mega Man Fighters game that we have, and they like it, but they want to play the full Nintendo versions. And we were actually discussing for a while doing a multi-cabinet with 8 Nintendos in there, running all of the original games off the consoles. Technically, we could just throw it all on MAME and have all of them running at the same time and make it so you can switch between them, and you would not know how it was running. But again, it's something with not emulating things.
Right.
Whereas a game that is meant for the PC, I have a lot less problem running the Toho shooters, putting them in the cabinet if it's a cool game, and running it as its own thing. Getting into MAME, it is emulated, and it is just different. Like
I know it's different, but the perception of a PC inside of an arcade cabinet And I'm saying King of Fighters 13 doesn't have that perception because people look at that as an arcade game, whether or not it's a PC inside of it. And because of the fact that King of Fighters 1 and King of Fighters 2 and all those other games are arcade games, people are never going to look at that game and say that's not an arcade game.
But the game that you're talking about, a lot of, especially the casuals, you could put one of those in. They're not even going to have any idea that it wasn't an arcade.
They can't even pronounce it.
Sure.
This is what happens. But.
And it comes down to, do you just want to have an arcade with good games in it? And obviously the arcade developers aren't catering to the arcade scene anymore. Like the only things that are really coming out, with the exception of Cave, who does Dodon Pachi, which is one of the big reasons I think that if we had a choice of, and part of your thing that you brought up was the cost of it. Like the Dodon Pachi, the board is $3,000.
Yeah, whatever it is.
We could build a cabinet for the Toho games for $600, and people would have a game that they'll probably enjoy equally as much. But the downside to doing that is it's detrimental to the arcade industry from its resurgence by not supporting Cave and not buying the Cave game.
That is true, but the only difference that I would argue is, and this is Dodon Pachi, you're talking about side-eye Joe.
Yes.
And it's $3,000 for the board.
Yes.
What makes that board $3,000?
Well, it's the same thing that makes a Street Fighter cabinet $27,000 or King of Fight. It's the work of doing the arcade version. Like so many of these games, especially like there's some limits as to what you're getting. Like with an arcade game, back in the day, there was zero limits as far as like you could make a game super expensive and the people would still buy it, but the game had to have a quality level that was far surpassing the home consoles. If these shooters are as good as, like in shooters, it's an interesting subject because they can only be to a certain level. Like visually, they're gonna probably render the artwork. It's gonna have a lot of blowout lighting to it. They're gonna look very similar.
Yeah, these games look very similar from what I've seen to Dodon Pachi. And my question to you is this: Is Cave catering to an arcade? Now, granted, you guys run an arcade. You guys know exactly how the model works. If you're paying $3,000 for a board, and I can ask both of you this, you're going to have the same answer. Are you ever going to make that money back on that board?
Well, with
your
our
model?
business model, it's different because we can.
With any business model, a $3,000 board is never going to make that money back.
Well, it depends. So there's an arcade, like here in the U.S., again, we can go to a arcade scene that never died out, being Japan.
Right. Well,
Street Fighter 4 cabinet is $27,000 per cabinet.
Yeah.
Arcade. There's an arcade that one of our guys, Matt Buck, went to. They had 60 of the machines on one floor.
Right.
In one arcade. And it's $1 a play.
Right.
And there was not one open.
There's lines.
There was lines.
But here's my point, is they're catering to the Japanese arcade market with that price tag.
Yes.
Now, we're going to agree with that, right?
Mhm.
They're not catering to the U.S. arcade market. And my point is why are we beholden to a Japanese arcade manufacturer catering to a Japanese arcade market with their price points, which have nothing to do with what the U.S. arcade market is?
Because the U.S. arcade market, being raw thrills and incredible technologies, gives us the same thing, and the arcade operators buy the exact same game over and over and over, year after year, and they make their money back. Because if they don't have anything new, no one will play it. You can charge significantly less for just a slight upgrade of Golden Tee Golf every year. Mm-hmm. It's the same hardware. Like the player base is much different. If you don't prove to any of these developers that there is money to be made, and this is another thing we look to do with Dark Presence. Right. It's such an open market. Like Cave is one of the few companies, well, NetherRealm, like a prime example. Like Mortal Kombat not having an arcade version.
That would have been really interesting.
it would have done this huge resurgence. Like Street Fighter, there were places that wanted to buy the arcade cabinet at $27,000 for the cabinet.
But my point is with the Toho games is you have a rare opportunity to actually popularize a game that costs relatively nothing in terms of the market to make. Now, I'm not saying it didn't cost money. Obviously, it cost money, but it has nothing to do with the marketplace. But this person is offering something which can be built cheaply and sold cheaply that is a very well-made product because he doesn't have the name recognition and he doesn't have the same marketplace.
But
now,
one thing, though, is, and this is one of the things, and we do it somewhat with the Mortal Kombat cabinets, but at the same time, it's that gray area where, again, discussing about pulling Street Fighter versus Tekken, Street Fighter Cross Tekken off the arcade floor. It's like we're offering.
2.5 months after you built the cabinet.
Yeah, we put a lot of time and effort and made it a nice looking cabinet, but doesn't have its roots in the arcade. Not that people play it. They like it's not the pro scene. Like
That's
people
a
will
big
play.
determining factor.
People play Judge Dredd. People will play anything. It's up front. It's in a high-profile location. People play it. Probably not the most enjoyable game that they'll play in the arcade, but people do play it.
Why would you pull it off the floor then?
What's that?
Why would you pull it off the floor then?
Right now, in part, it doesn't have its true roots in the arcade. It doesn't have a solid crowd behind it, and floor space issue. Like those are all three main relevant things. Like it's not. One of the cool things about here is the games that we have on the floor. A lot of them are 30 years old. Like that's staying power. Like people will always want to play a lot of these games. It's so weird. Even the games that are considered and not like fully loved by everyone. Like Altered Beast is one of those games where people are like, oh, I hate that game. But it's the first game they notice and the first game they mention and it's the first game they play. That's Altered Beast. It was a popular game. Personally, I really like Altered Beast, but it's not the most popular thing that we have. It's not the best game in the world.
And I'd say a good game to mention right now is because today's been getting a lot of attention. Chris Dellutri is out there and he says that Pong has been getting a crazy amount of attention today, and that's a game that we don't usually have on, but we have it on today. Well, and there's people cheering over there. They're playing four-player. That's a game that people really, really.
But that's an arcade game, though.
Right. Well,
it's.
That's a good example, just like Altered Beast. That some people don't like it, but other people do, and then they have their following.
The people that played it, and our version of Pong again was a great addition to the arcade this year. Was custom made for us.
With the logo.
With the logo, it actually is the Galloping Ghost. The O in Pong is the Galloping Ghost logo, which is really cool. Again, one of our guys that comes in here, he did it with his school, and we thank him very much for that. And it's a great addition. And he was actually out here yesterday, or on a different day than today. But as to why we wouldn't not put a Toho shooter in a cabinet, I'm not saying that we wouldn't. Like, if it was offering something that gave the player something unique, like that they couldn't get at home. Like here we have, like, they can simply go home and play the same game at their house on their computer.
True. That is absolutely true.
Mortal Kombat here, like it's a little different because it's the scene that's different here. Like a single or two-player shooter, you're just going to grind through it. You might go for score. It's just slightly different with the fighting scene.
But I'll say this about the I mean, let's not kid ourselves. The players can go home and emulate these games with a joystick setup, and they can. I mean, I know that it's not the arcade experience. I know that it's not the same controls necessarily, but it's close. And I know it's not the atmosphere, okay? But if the argument is that the Toho games can be played at home with whatever the same thing is, that a MAME emulator is going to emulate, and I know that it's a different thing, but to the average player, it's not different, okay?
Sure.
So the argument that that I would make, the counter argument is that everybody who comes into this place would never have heard of these games before, would never have ever done anything to find out about these things before, and are being introduced to a new set of games that has a fascinating place in arcade history and in gaming history because of the fact that somebody took a concept and developed it at home, and it's an interesting byline.
But does it, if you have a limited amount of space and can do one or the other,
right?
Would you rather have Side Diojo?
Oh, Side Diojo is in a heartbeat. No, I'm just, the reason why I'm asking is more of a principle of the matter thing. It's more of a, if you have unlimited space, and if it's not one or the other, is that kind of a thing going to be conceptually okay with you? Because it's a really,
honestly, really that would be one of those, it is a very gray area that it's like, someday, it's not something I've finalized my decision on. I would be open to it.
Right.
It was like, and it can go beyond PC. Like, I forget what it was. The new Rayman game came out, and great platformer. Like, would fit right in the row. Like, would visually very impressive. We could do a really cool cabinet for it, but are we going to pull something off the floor to do it? And it's like there are a lot of the rules that I have that I try to go by and what I count a game to be and not a game to be, and some things cancel other things out. Like, I wouldn't want to do, and another thing that a lot of people requested for was Street Fighter HD Turbo, or Street Fighter 2 HD Turbo Remix. People wanted a cabinet of that. And to me, it had a huge following. It was one of the biggest downloaded and most played games on the home consoles at the time. Everybody was like, you got to make a cabinet for this. It's like, if you're going to the arcade, that's not the arcade one. You're going to the arcade to play arcade games. And it could have had its own cabinet. Like, people would have played it, but I would have rather seen them play Super Street Fighter 2 X Grandmaster Challenge, though. And that's just what I would, as an arcade owner, that's just what I want to see them playing over Turbo HD Remix. But let's interject here. Gerry's leaving for a bit. Do you have any things you'd like to say to anybody for our 2-year anniversary podcast?
Well, just on Sunday.
Oh, sure.
Sunday we're going to be launching, I don't know what we are going to officially call it, but junior high score setting.
Sure.
Whatever. I don't think we come up with
We haven't come up with an official name.
But it's basically 14 and under, right?
Yep.
14 and under. Any of the kids that are interested in setting a high score in that category, that are 14 and under, can come in on Sunday and try to start setting scores that day, and then of course throughout the rest of the year keep trying to set these scores. And there's one person right now that is really good, especially at Carnival. I can't remember his name off the top of my head.
Oh yeah.
He was a young guy, right? He was 14.
Yeah, he's
15, I think. He's a pinball guy too.
Do you remember his name?
He's a pinball.
He's
guy
a great,
yes.
really good pinball player.
I don't remember his name off the top of my head, but we talked about him in the last podcast.
Yes.
Well, hopefully we get kids like that are very interested. I had one parent come in with his son that was playing Mappy, and he says he gets mad every time Mappy, he comes in and plays Mappy because he wants to play the kit. And his son is, I think he's 12. So that's one good person that's a good candidate to go ahead, because he can't compete with his father. So I think that the kids that are in the junior division, they can set scores in their own.
That's really the concept behind this, is because so many of the younger, like the newer players, aren't used to going to the arcade and setting scores, and the consoles for so long have not been score based. And then when they come here, we don't want to deter them from setting scores, because people like Matt Walters and Matt Rocco and
this guy
and James White and everybody
and
Josh Henderson.
There you go. Yeah,
the scores are all set so high that it can become discouraging. So
Well, that's it. I mean, it just a couple of times on Sunday, this past Sunday, there was past Sunday that I worked. There's two boys that were playing, and they were like, "Oh, I got the high score on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles," and the other one was X-Men. And they were all excited about it, but that's only on one credit. And they were like, oh, they didn't like that whole. But there's no way I can beat that score. And I was like, and that's true because they're 10, 12 years old. There's no way that they're going to get to that.
True.
They could do it eventually. They just got to work at it.
Yeah,
that's
the thing. But because
hopefully it forms some bridge.
Right. And that's the thing.
As soon as they're 15, their score's out.
Yes.
Be interesting. I wonder. I don't know what you guys have planned for that. Or is it kind of like? As soon as they turn over that age, we throw out their score, or does it stand? Is it kind of like a junior world record kind of setting?
No, they set the world record when they were that age, so that would stand.
That would stand.
Right. Okay. And then as soon as they go over, then they have to start competing
their new
with.
Scores compete against Matt Walters.
Right. So if they beat it,
will be destroyed by Matt Walters.
Yeah.
So if they beat their old score, right? If they beat their old score when they're 15, that doesn't count.
That doesn't count.
Go towards the regular.
They can only.
Right. So it'll stand.
Hopefully, this won't cause some frantic 14-year-olds to be missing school to be here.
I
their
just
last
like
days before their birthday to get some new
weird.
score.
Yeah.
I say it's better at an arcade than other places.
Oh, for sure.
Keeps them off the streets.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I say.
So this is your first main event that you are running and hosting.
That's your deal?
Yes.
That's really cool.
It's going to be interesting. I got to get my kids.
We expect prizes and fun times.
Cash prizes.
Cash prize.
I don't know about that. We'll have to discuss that.
Jewels and such.
Kids, now you can move on.
Yeah. Emancipation contracts and stuff. Whoever gets the highest score is immediately emancipated.
So, yeah, I think it'll be fun.
But good things.
Yeah.
We get a lot of kids in here.
I've talked briefly with David Hernley from Arcade about having that track down there as a separate division.
That would be really cool.
And yeah.
It'll also be displayed here at the arcade.
Yes. We should get a smaller monitor.
Yeah.
A junior monitor.
Junior monitor.
Junior monitor,
It's a
yeah.
little slightly smaller.
We could do that.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be bad. Something
Be all right.
lower.
Yeah. Much lower.
Add it to the
within
list.
their reach. I don't want no.
Well, we could use that as a learning tool. As if they break it, then it's broken.
There you go.
Don't have that anymore.
Are you going to target a kid to unify the Donkey Kong Jr. and Junior Pac-Man scores?
You'd have to ask him. That's.
I'd say any game will be available for them to set scores.
I'm going to try to stay out of this, as people consider me a score instigator, score fight instigator.
Yeah,
So
just
I'm.
imagine all the 10 and 12-year-olds that are going to be fighting each other for these.
Fist fights breaking out and stuff.
I get the Hershey bar today.
It's gonna be yours, man.
Yeah, well, it'll be fine.
Be interesting. I'm really interested to seeing how that turns out because
there's going to be a lot
there's
of kids that
so
are gonna
much
be
that could go wrong with it. But
So-
it could be really,
Thanks for
really
the
cool.
encouragement.
I'm just saying, like,
No, it's
there's a
true.
lot of like.
It's gonna
Even
be
with the
fun.
regular scores, like we have people that come up turning in fraudulent scores that
Yeah.
we watch for.
Yeah.
We've had kids that swear up and down that I
Did
was
not
playing.
continue.
Yeah, one credit.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
you watch them play. Somebody was telling me recently, Terminator 2, that they got the high score on that. And I'm like, on one credit? I'm like, you beat Matt Rocco's score, his world record score in Yep. I'm like, okay, let me see you play. And literally the first wave of Terminators
He
killed
gets
him off.
destroyed.
Yeah.
We'll
That
see how
didn't
that
happen.
Any other big plans for Sunday?
What will we announce on Facebook? That's the only
We're
thing.
open overnight from Saturday night into Sunday. For those late night gamers that want to hang out.
Stay all night.
Stay all night.
Cool.
Maybe
all
ordering
that
some
we'll do.
food, some pizzas or
Oh
something.
yeah, for sure.
Pizzas.
Let's
Cool.
do something like that. Fun with it.
A full buffet available.
No. Again, the strict food policies here at the Ghost.
Yeah.
Ice cream buffet.
Make your own omelet bar.
Cool. Well,
Right.
see how that goes on Sunday.
Yeah, that'll be fun. We'll see
That
you
should
all
be
on
really
Sunday
cool.
if you guys can make it. Get some kids out here and try to set some scores.
Cool.
Awesome.
It was a pleasure, everybody. I got to get going, so we'll see you soon.
Cool.
Nice, man.
See you.
Last year and an anniversary.
Thank you. See you guys.
All right. Should have Phil coming in pretty soon
Yeah.
to talk about the team.
Yeah. You go out? Cool, man. Thanks.
All right.
All right. So let's go into some Team GGA talk.
Yeah. Most of the team is not here, however.
Yes.
Fortunately,
But we do have one of the stars.
we do have
One of the most popular. How did you? He left.
who?
How did
Oh,
you?
yeah, I
and
know
how
that.
and why did you become one of the most popular members of Team GGA? Why does everybody want you on their podcast? And why does everyone talk to you?
I know why.
And why have you not won a match?
I guess
yet?
it started.
Oh man.
I guess it started in March
of this year.
of this year, right? Well, first of all, even before that, at our first tournament, GGA made a pretty big scene at Seasons Meetings in Columbus, Ohio.
Who was all at that tournament?
DGA members?
Yes.
Okay. It was DGA Mo, Dizzy, Han, Phil Pops, myself,
Jeremiah.
Jeremiah,
Chicken
Medina?
nuggets.
Medina.
Was Medina?
there?
Medina was on the team at the time.
Yeah. I remember he was recording matches offside.
Right.
And actually, Sunk was there, but he wasn't on
not
the
on
team
the
at that
team
time.
Yeah.
So we made three of us actually made
That
the
was a good
13th,
decision.
and that was actually one of the biggest tournaments of. It was after the Evo season, so that was pretty awesome. And actually, we didn't go to tournaments for quite a while. In November, Tom Brady came, and so did Perfect Legend, the former Evo champion, and we played.
Two-time Evo champion.
And just gradually, we were getting our name out there, showing people what we could do and how we've been leveling up a lot. So in March of this year, 2012, we actually, Team GGA went down to Fauna Round and Georgia.
Atlanta.
Yeah, Atlanta, Georgia.
That was really fun.
That was quite a trip.
That was probably my favorite. I mean, Evo was cool and stuff, but as far as like being in a tournament, I would say Final Round was one of my favorite things.
Final Round was great. Yeah, and that's kind of where everyone started noticing me. Like, to answer your question, I played this one player, Slips, from St. Louis, Scorpion player, and he and 16-Bit, who is now on our team, and this guy from Oklahoma, K7, he was an online Cabal player. They did this very famous podcast called KTP, Combat Team Podcast, and it was like the most famous thing on 2IM. Everyone who was in the community followed it. And I was playing Slips and Casuals right before him and a couple of other Midwest players were going up against this 5v5 against East Coast, who at that time were the dominant force in the scene. And I beat them very, very bad.
Slips, you beat Slips.
Yeah, I beat Slips very bad. And
upsetting to him.
yeah, it pretty much demoralized him. Well, at least he said throughout the rest of the tournament and through the 5v5. And he was talking about it on that podcast for a couple weeks.
Yeah.
And everyone was just like, oh, okay. So, and at that time also, no one really in the community played my character. There wasn't really a set name. Eris played him at the last Evo, but he dropped the game. And there was this other guy named KT Smith who hadn't really made as much noise as I had at that time. And then that was like the start of me going to as many tournaments as I possibly could, just because I loved it so much. So right after that, I went to Columbus. I did really well there. I did really well in an exhibition. I beat, at that time, the best who some consider the best player in the community, Rio. I didn't play his main though. I played Kung Lao and Johnny Cage, who are actually 2 bad matchups for Smoke. And I also beat KT Smith, who was, I wouldn't call him my rival, but he was the other guy who was competing for the name of the Smoke. And so I beat him there. And then after that, we went to Power Up in Columbus. And we went to see these meetings also in Columbus. And then myself, 16-Bit, and Dizzy all went to Anaheim for an MLG event. And they did really well there. Myself, too. Actually, 16-Bit knocked me out. And I got 13th. They both got 7th. And yeah, I've just been doing really well at each of the events, getting better and better. At EVO, the World Championship, I got 17th, along with Dizzy and Mo. So, and you know, I try to get myself out, like I try to talk to other players and post on forums and try to let everyone know that I'm here to help and like I like the game and you know that I'm here to play and stuff and win.
Cool.
I know that kind of like a lot of people, they make fun of you sometimes in the things, you know, because you're so young and you're such a dominant force, you know, that, you know, you're #1 Smoke player, you know, and you're so young.
Yeah.
Do you think?
I'm the youngest on the team, not by that much though. Like
by
19 days or 18 days from Phil Pops, but still considered the youngest. And my name is Waffles. I guess a lot of people thought that was really funny too. So I mean, those 2 factors definitely helped me and becoming this well known. But yeah.
Cool. How has and I know like we always have our tournaments here, and you were coming to those since we had the cabinets set up. How has, like, obviously now we have Tuesday, Ultraviolence Tuesdays, which is our MK stream.
Right. Solely MK.
Solely MK. Yes. And then also Thursday, there's normally a Mortal Kombat for that, and then Sunday is the team-only practice.
Right.
It's how do you feel the team has progressed since its start?
Insanely. It's there's different points of progression throughout since we started. So at first, you know, we were placing 13th, and we were really solid. Our fundamentals were great. We had pretty good execution, and all we needed was really matchup experience. And at each week, you know, we would grind it out 2 times a week, and you know, now we made it 3 ever since right before EVO to get that extra grind in. And you know, we've had new additions to the team: Sunk playing Cabal, 16-Bit playing Katana, and you know, every single person on the team has contributed to each other's success. And it's just really great. So, I mean, we've progressed so much. We become one of the best teams in the community, if not the best. So,
without question. Like, again, it's always amazing, like, watching you guys practice and seeing how focused you are. And, like, even after you guys are done practicing and we've gone out to eat, and it's still all you talk about is
it's how bad your characters are, even though you're always winning. Smoke, I work so hard, you know.
Working triple overtime.
Yeah, triple overtime with no extra pay, you know, stuff like that. And, you know, the conversations back and forth all the time.
Yeah, it's really fun to talk about. It's definitely each of our favorite hobbies, I'd say, just because of how much we talk about it and the dedication we've each put into it. So.
And it's really cool because, like, most of the team, you know, they have real jobs and they go out and do stuff, you know, and, like, they have lives, but they're so dedicated to the team.
Right,
you know,
exactly.
Which is really, really
cool. They put
cool.
aside time to make sure they get out here.
Most of them.
Is that a call-out?
Maybe. Maybe some people should be in here more often. But I was going to ask you something, but I forgot what it was.
What do you see the future of Team GGA being for the MK team, like, do you think, obviously you said that you're potentially going to school unless we can convince you
persuade
not
you. How much money? We're talking money.
Believe me, I'll try my hardest to get out here as much as I can. Like I said,
like, do you think with the release of Injustice or other games like Persona 4 just came out, and do you think all these other fighting games that are coming out, what's going to happen to the MK community?
Well, it all depends on the MK community. I know a lot are going to convert to Injustice just because it's an NRS-made game. But it's very different from Mortal Kombat. So I don't know how well that would work out. I mean, I hope for the best. It looks really great. I think MK will still be it'll still be alive. I'm not sure of the possibility of it being at Evo next year, which
That was going to be my next question. Are we all going to Evo next year?
I'm going to Evo next year.
Well, it depends on for which game.
Just to go to Las Vegas.
That if Mortal Kombat is at Evo next year, then it will be at majors. It will be supported by not just the Mortal Kombat community, but the fighting game community. So the pots will be bigger, and just the turnout will be bigger itself. So,
like right now, there's still two majors that are, like, there's two tournaments that are coming up.
Yeah. So 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, it's MLG Rally, and then the next one after that in September, at the end of September, is Seasons Beatings in Ohio.
Right. That's really awesome that MLG picked up Mortal Kombat over any of the other fighting games.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's huge. MLG has definitely helped our scene out a lot.
Do you have any thought process on why they chose Mortal Kombat instead of, even Street Fighter is a vastly more popular game, by sheer numbers alone of players. Yep. Especially people that come out to tournaments. I mean, you have... a big MK tournament is 60 people, and a big Street Fighter tournament is maybe 200 people, and MLG picked Mortal Kombat.
Well, MLG, as far as I know, have been trying to get as many fighting games as they possibly can into their lineup for each event.
Yeah.
I know they've been asking Capcom to have their games Marvel and Street Fighter. I guess they've just declined because in the past they've had Tekken Tag, I think, and possibly Tekken 6. I'm not sure though. And they had King of Fighters and they had Soul Calibur. So obviously the interest is there for fighting games, and I guess just NRS is just more open and they want their game to be loved by the pro players. So I mean, it's like I said, it's a huge benefit that we have as Mortal Kombat players. So
yeah, because definitely there was a time when people, and it was a phenomenon. I do not think that this was actually the case. The phenomenon went that everybody was saying that Mortal Kombat was dying.
Right after Evo, and
everybody was saying that Mortal Kombat was dying. And so people were like, oh man, I got to get out of this game as soon as possible. And it literally never happened because everybody wanted to keep playing the game.
Yeah, in fact, I think it got bigger and better than it was before.
Right.
Even though we lost some numbers, I mean, the whole, not just Team GGA, but the whole scene leveled up. And I remember at that time, it was when the new Marvel versus Capcom 3, the new Capcom game was coming out. And Mortal Kombat's presence at EVO was looking, not that good. So people were just afraid that Mr. Wizard was going to pick it as one of the games. But it ended up being at EVO, and not that much of a decline in players as from last year. A lot of people thought it was going to be worse, but it was still a really good turnout.
Do you know the
turnout? So last year at EVO 2012, it was about 500, and that was about 3 months after release, 4 months maybe. Came out in April, and this year was about just over 300. So it was still great.
Still a good turnout.
Yeah,
for sure.
And I think that the people that are playing the game now, it's not so much like, oh, this is the new game. This is like, this is my game and this is what I'm playing, and they're stronger, as a community instead of like all these people. I mean, like, Marvel and Street Fighter have a lot of people, but I don't know, how strongly. I mean, there's they have a big thing,
Street
but
Fighter, that scene is
that's
a pretty solid.
The way they interact with each other is different than Mortal Kombat players interact with each other.
And again, you seeing and talking to the people out when we were out in Vegas. It's like everybody knows everybody.
Right. We were hanging out with James MK and Brian LeBaron. It was just like we're sitting at the bar talking to them, and it's totally cool because you can do that.
Yeah.
Well,
and that's one of the benefits of it being not a small community by any means, but it is a very
It's a tight community.
Yeah.
Do you think Mortal Kombat's still suffering from the stigma of the Deadly Alliance series? I mean,
definitely.
It put a lot of people off. It put me off to Mortal Kombat for a very long time. What is this garbage?
Yeah. A lot of people were. That's why Mortal Kombat didn't explode like a lot of other these Capcom games do on its release, because people were expecting the problem with those 3D games were a lot of broken characters, infinites. They didn't take the 3D aspect as well as Namco did. Namco for Tekken, right? Okay, yeah.
The weapon system, I just thought it was where did this come from?
Well, I was talking to John Vogel.
Yes.
And he was saying that the problem with those games, while the games were not amazing, nobody knew that they were coming out. He's like, for what was it, Armageddon? He's like, that game barely sold.
Well, and it's different. The character selection got so huge that it's
and with the thing
80
is too,
characters, and it's like you can't learn matchups for that many characters.
And I see all the time in forums or something stupid on the internet, they're like, we want a game that has 300 characters you could choose from. Or Gran Turismo, the game's got over 1,000 cars in it, and they're stupid cars.
That's kind of the difference. That's the evolution of, that's a totally different topic.
Yeah.
Of the evolution of gamers and the minority crowd saying that they want something versus the hardcore player knowing what the game is.
Right.
And it's less about just the fan service of we want meat in the game as a character and we want drama and
somebody
it's not about that. And this was, and I think it was the retelling of the first three. Obviously those
that
were
was probably the best thing they could have done.
For sure. That is also what makes it so interesting as to what they're going to do for 10.
John was saying that, when Midway busted out, kind of, and they became NetherRealm, he was like, Warner Brothers was godsend to them, where it was they went to it was no expense at all to advertise, and it was look at what we're doing, and we're doing this amazing thing.
It's, on a side note, just personally, it's just so cool that the MK, creators and the actors just are here at random times.
And you're just hey, I was talking to John Vogel, about this thing.
This past
totally
weekend,
awesome.
I had a long conversation with John Parrish about his whole filming process and when he went out and did all these shows, and it just gives you such a different insight. And again,
it totally did, because I used to be Mortal Kombat would sell itself, because it's Mortal Kombat,
right?
And he's not the case at all,
no.
And I'm wow, I didn't think about it, because when I didn't know that Deadly Alliance came out, and I didn't know... I knew that Deception came out and, the ones after that. But I was probably, one of the few people that bought those games,
Right.
I've
been a huge MK fan, obviously. Played MK1 when it was out on test. MK2, again, probably my favorite arcade game.
Yeah.
I was playing that when the characters didn't even have endings. You finished the game and it just said game over.
Right.
And it was those when the game started changing, like 3, didn't play it much in the arcade. It was so different.
Yeah.
And 4, just looking at it, I put a couple of bucks in it. It was like, this is Mortal Kombat is not what it was.
Right.
I bought every game that came out as it came out. I played a lot of Deadly Alliance, played a little Deception, didn't play Armageddon, but owned it.
Yeah.
Same thing with MKDC.
I liked
owned
Armageddon.
it for the collection. But when MK 2011 came out, it was like, okay, this is my goal was to be back in it, and it unfortunately took me a year before I was really able to put any time on the game. But you can clearly see that I knew what it was just from seeing it. It was like what the MK fans from the arcade days wanted, and it's a great game.
Right. It was by far like the coolest thing that they've done, you know. Like the ad campaign for it was totally cool, the commercials, and they had like all their own music, and they went out and they got, you know, the artists and stuff to do these cool things, and you know, it was just like it made it so much more than like all the other previous games that they had done, you know, but the story was awesome, you know, and they went back and they did their story.
It was updated from the original 3,
you know,
and retold and
really
changed a couple of things here and there, and really just made it so solid.
Like, you know, remember playing like the first Mortal Kombat and like Sub-Zero like ripping the guy's head off with the spine and all that, you know, like it really brings you back to that, like, wow, that's awesome.
Yeah,
sure.
The big selling point, you know, is for a lot of things are you want to buy something that you already know, you know, so like even though, but it's like it's new, even though it's just the same thing you've played 15 years ago or whatever, you know, but it's the updated version, you know, it's cooler because look at what they've done now.
And it's really merged in it has, like you see, like again, the people that play here, it is a lot of the classic players, and it's a lot of new players too, which is great.
I mean, like Mo, he's, you know,
he's been around forever.
He's, you know, when UMK3 was out, that was his game, right?
Yeah.
And he
Mo,
would go to
Pete,
tournaments.
Uday, all those guys.
Yeah, all those guys. And that was their thing. And now he's here playing, you know, 2011, and you know he's doing well at that. So
for sure.
You know, like it's totally cool that you could bring those guys in.
And actually, we're joined here by Phil Pops, another member of Team GGA.
We're giving applause now. Okay, hey, I'm Phil.
He's our Noob Saibot and Kenshi player.
Dabbling in a little bit of Kenshi, but I like to. I don't know. I've swayed back to Noob a lot more because I'm just thinking of playing the character that I love the most. He's my favorite character, so that's what I do.
I don't know, though. You got to help the team out, get that Kenshi up there.
Yeah. Aaron has a really good Kenshi, so I think everyone will be good with that.
But he can't play himself.
Yes. I don't know. My Kenshi's... I've dropped him a lot. I don't know. He's fun to play as, though. Yeah.
So we had been talking with Waffles about, are you switching over to Injustice?
Of course, yeah.
Are you leaving MK for Injustice? You can't do both.
I can't play both. That's fine.
So
no,
you're MK.
I'm Injustice.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's gone to the dark side already.
That's my realm, dude. Comics, man. I love all those guys. MKDC was really fun, but that's when I wasn't in the tournament scene. I mean, Waffles and I and my brother would just play MKDC all the time and all the other Mortal Kombats. But once we found this place and got into the competitive scene, Mortal Kombat, I'm like, oh my God.
Was that MK tournament here one of your first tournaments that you entered?
Yeah, it was the first tournament I ever entered. I mean,
do you remember it?
Yeah, I remember it.
Was it your first tournament?
Yeah.
It was
really?
It was awesome. The Shang Tsung's Fight Night. Was
it Shang Tsung's Fight? Oh, man.
First
making fighting game heroes.
Yeah.
With Shang Tsung's Fight.
Shang Tsung's Fight Night 1
My Brandon and
Relived
I.
Shang Tsung's Fight Night 1 for
Okay,
us.
Shang Tsung's Fight Night 1.
Both of you.
I know Tom Waffles couldn't be there for the first tournament. He wasn't there for the first tournament. And also Tom got the game a little bit later than I did.
I just remember the Mortal Kombat part because
Yeah.
that was the best part. It was. The tournament was the Saturday of the release, right?
It was like a week after the game came out.
It was probably the week after, yeah.
And I know I was grinding noob, like learning all his stuff, and Tom got the game a little bit after I did. But I think you came over to play it. So Brandon and I got there as soon as Galloping Ghost opened, and then it was an 11 a.m. tournament, and I fought.
Tournament?
Yeah. 11 a.m.
Oh,
tournament.
yeah.
Super early
yes,
tournament.
Yes.
Tournaments throughout the day.
Yeah.
Yes.
Multiple arcade tournaments for this day. My first opponent was Wolfen, who's a regular here, Norbert's friend, and he played Jax.
Jax player? Oh, okay.
There's actually a video of this on YouTube, on Norbert's YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And it's me playing Wolfen, and then.
And how'd that go?
That's ball game. Right?
Yeah, that's ball game. So I was noob, and Wolfen was Jax. Norbert was videotaping this, and then Norbert's like, "Oh, is that Michael J. White or Giles White, the guy that plays Jax in the MK Legacy videos?" And then so I was noob, and then I was doing like throwing shadows, whatever, and Norbert was saying that was spamming, and so I beat him, and then Norbert's like, "That's ball game, everybody," and then so I beat him. I remember, I think Dizzy was there.
No, I wasn't.
He wasn't there?
He wasn't there yet.
Yeah, he came a little bit later.
No, he didn't come that day.
Yeah,
No.
maybe not.
No.
But
He had played Kano at first.
yeah, he was playing Kano first. He wasn't there that day. But I remember Mo was there, and he won the tournaments, I think.
Yeah. No, wait, the first tournament?
No, Uday won the first tournament with
I'm
Ermac.
talking about the main one. There was like 50 people there.
Yeah, well, the one in the morning, Uday won the first one.
Soul pad.
And then Uday left. And who won the main one?
Winston,
Winston?
that Kung Lao player. He was a tester.
The guy that was the tester? Was he there that day?
Yeah.
Yeah, he won the later one.
Was it Winston or
Yeah, sorry,
were the
someone with a
Derek's
W.
there?
There was 3 testers there, and as the day was going on before the tournament, we were playing tons of casuals, and everyone was like really scared of those guys.
Yeah, because there were the testers. There was the, Winston played
Kung Lao.
Kung Lao. The other Oriental guy, Asian guy, played
Liu Kang and Smoke.
Yeah, Liu Kang. He was destroying everyone with Liu Kang and his
Yeah.
crazy whatever hit combo he did first. But yeah, that's when you were there. But there was a midday one that Mo won with Ermac. And it was me and him in the finals for that. Or him and I in the finals for that
What's
one.
up? I see. There we go. This might be the second one. You played. This was in the 9th tournament of the day. You played.
The 9th Mortal Kombat tournament of that day.
You played Tony.
Okay.
And you won.
Okay.
Probably not. And you played Khan.
Khan?
And Pete won the whole thing.
Pete?
40-person MK tournament here.
That's a good tournament.
That's a good tournament.
Since Fight Night.
But yeah, that was
Really good tournament.
That was our first one. I mean, the whole reason I got into tournament play, I know Tom and I, is because of this place. We just came here, and the first time Waffles and I ever played Street Fighter 4 was here, and that's the game that got us into tournament play. Cause fighting games, yeah.
Go for it.
So I know Phil and Tom had been playing. When was Seasons Beatings? September?
October.
It was on October?
October.
All right. So the game had been out for a while already. And I know Tom was all like, he was really competitive and stuff, even in like, when he used to play Halo. He's being a big, being a big something. Screen looker. And no, he wasn't. I'm just kidding. Yeah, we used to call him a screen looker, and he would get all mad. But he was very good at that. He was very competitive. And so with the Mortal Kombat, because of here, there were competitions and tournaments and stuff like on Saturdays, every other Saturdays they used to be. And
we got to get back to that.
Yeah, that would be awesome. You remember weekly Out Foxies tournaments that was supposed to happen?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
We
I haven't
need-
played
we
Out
need
Foxies in a
feedback.
while.
Well, there's going to be more tournaments.
All right. Anyway.
This is the year of the more tournaments returning.
Good. So, Tom wanted to go to Seasons Beatings, and because he had made some friends in like the tournament community, not like it wasn't like huge, you know. I mean, I'm sure it was big, but we didn't know about it at the time.
They were doing weeklies here at
Right, and so we kind of got to know Aaron and Pete and like Mo and Adina, and so. Well, no, he was there because he was on the original team.
Thursdays?
Yeah, he was on the original team because we had Thursday fight, like Wednesdays and then Thursday fights too. And so, we were like, hey, these two guys are going out to Seasons Beatings, and like me and Phil are thinking about going too. And then Doc was like, oh, wouldn't it be cool to have a team, And you were thinking about putting a team together, right?
Yep.
Because of that. And so it was kind of like all these guys were going to go out to Seasons Beatings and we were all going to go together, like Aaron and all those guys. And we're like, yeah, we're all thinking about driving out there together. And then Doc was like, we should probably put this team together. I'll sponsor you guys and send you out there. And yeah, and so we kind of took a couple of guys from AU, was Evan's clan, and Aaron and Mo were on there, right? Was Medina on there?
No.
Okay. And so they came over and they joined Team GGA. But it was because everybody was going out there at one time that we were all like, oh, well, we should sponsor this team. That would be awesome.
That was really fun.
That was like the coolest freaking thing. And we all went out there, and I thought Will was really weird, and he looked like a drug dealer, and I didn't want to go back to his hotel.
And then you had Fred Doug.
And Doug was there, and he looked like a rapist. And I was like, man. I'm like, I don't want to go back to these guys' hotels. And then now Will's on the team. So there's actually, what is there, nine guys on the team right now? Yeah, because later on, Will started coming around. So there was no team up until Seasons Beatings. I mean, I think it was like a week before that we kind of got the team together. And then we all went out. And then Will started just coming around all the time.
Yeah.
And he's good, and like he was getting better and better.
I was slightly apprehensive. Like, I didn't know him. He didn't come to any of the tournaments.
Right.
The main reason why the team was everybody was here and played on the cabinets, with the exception of like Medina, who
right.
He came later from the streaming stuff.
Right.
But yeah, like Will started showing up to the practices,
right.
And I wasn't even sure if I was cool with that at first, because
yeah.
You never know if this is somebody you're going to face in a tournament, and then you don't want him knocking you out because he's played you guys so much.
Right. I believe it was, what was the tournament after Seasons Beatings that was like right away?
Well, did we go to it or no?
Oh, no. It was Gampazo, right?
Oh, yeah.
And Will was there, and I'm
he
like,
knock somebody out? And
he knocked out somebody.
I was pretty.
I remember him
about
telling
that.
me, because we knew him, and I'm like, hey, Will, can you go get Tom or somebody from inside? And he's like, yeah, I'll go get him when you're sponsoring me, And I was like, yeah, Will, shut up. We'll sponsor you, all right. And now he's on the team.
He's a great addition. He plays ball.
Is he a good addition? No, he's fine, I guess. As a player.
So that's the story, huh?
Yeah, it kind of was just like, oh, all these guys are going out, and they're all really good players, let's get them together. And then that was really, really cool. A 16-bit came along a lot later. He actually moved. He left his job, left his, where he was living, moved up here, and now he lives with Aaron, GGA Dizzy. And he
Davis household.
Yeah. Moved into a larger apartment or condo or wherever they're living, and he moved up here, and now he's working for NetherRealm, which is cool. But he came up here to play Mortal Kombat with us, just so that he could level up or whatever he says. But it was really like he came up to be part of the team, which is totally awesome.
For sure.
And that's like one of the coolest things that happened.
Who's the cat?
Cooler than
There's
Will
no cat.
joining.
We're all cats. Doc's
Oh, he's the manager.
He's the sponsor.
Doc's the
Sponsor. Owner of the team, the guy with all the rings on his hand and stuff. He's like, yeah, sponsor the fights.
You should get him some rings for all these fights.
I'm sure you're a jewelry kind of guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know there's no team captain, I don't think. It's just kind of like...
again, it's been... everybody is so good on the team.
Right.
It's like you go on Test Your Might, and everybody, most everyone's an admin on there for their character.
Yeah, that's totally awesome. I know Phil just got promoted to moderator of the Noob Saibot forums.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Aaron just got Johnny Cage.
Yeah.
Just recently.
sharing.
He's sharing.
Johnny Cage.
He shouldn't be sharing.
Who's who else is
sharing?
Mike Metroid. I don't know.
Sharing on the Mike Metroid.
Yeah.
16-bit is a mod for Katana.
Katana, obviously.
Pete's he was a representative.
He was Cyrax or something, right?
He was a representative
he's a
for some matchup that.
Yeah, he was doing matchup charts for
apart,
Cyrax.
but I mean, he's
That's still
everyone on the team is very respected.
We're like, okay, so the guys on the team are literally like huge names for their character in the community. Like Jeremiah, as stupid as it is that he plays Shiva, it's like he plays Shiva and it doesn't matter if he wins or loses because he has a tournament viable Shiva. And he will go out there and he will win, probably getting out of his pools with Shiva. And Shiva's not a good character.
Well, and part of that, again, it's if you don't know the matchup.
Yeah, there's always the argument,
that
and I mean, that's a huge
factors into
thing.
it. Like, there's not anybody out there. There's few Shivas out there.
But
and nobody knows her as good as he knows.
He's known because he plays Shiva so well.
Without question.
And it doesn't matter if he wins or loses. It's like, hey, did you see that Shiva match when he got that combo on Tom Brady or whatever?
Yeah, was it KT Smith? I believe he beat KT Smith, and it was
that final round.
I believe it was at final round.
It wasn't. No, it was.
Cat's
no,
ball?
it was Cat. You're right.
Yeah,
It was
Cat.
It was
Oh,
Cat.
wow.
It
Yeah.
was.
That was
I
crazy.
remember I'm in my office watching the stream, and I saw that, and I ran back to the arcade to make sure that the stream was on, because that fight was just awesome. It was such
really
a good
cool.
fight,
Really good.
and he's it's people don't even really care if he gets very far. They just want to see him fight with Shiva.
Right.
And that in itself is impressive.
It's
And
really cool,
there's a downside to that though,
Yeah.
because they don't like it as much when he plays other characters, and he has
Right.
like the level that everybody is playing at. If he's picking Shiva against most anyone who's been, especially the team, he has such a hard time.
Right. Exactly. We've adapted to. Well,
His
everybody knows
trickery.
she can only take you so far. She's very. I don't know if I want to say gimmick heavy, but I kind of do. Like it's her main tool is just the Shiva stomp. Like that's like her best move, and
we all like everybody knows how to get out of it already.
Right,
Where
right.
you could just be like, oh, here
But
comes this thing.
in tournaments, he'll get people, and when he catches people with his, I'll call them setups because they are setups. Like after a block string, he can go into a low poke into a high special command grab, and it'll do tons of damage, and that rounds will end quickly, and he'll beat them easily.
Yeah, Shiva brings a lot that not a lot of other characters can do, which like grabs and all this other stuff, And it's really impressive. Like they'll try to jump away from him, and it's just like Shiva grab out of the air, And that's what's really cool about watching his matches, And then you have all the other guys, we're all really really awesome. Pete can play any character, like literally win with anybody. and his tournament record is not the greatest thing out there. But like he's here and he's destroying everyone, with anybody.
Yeah, Pete can beat anyone on our team.
He should play as Shang Tsung, and I don't know why he doesn't.
I remember he used to main Shang Tsung for a while, and then he went to Cyber Sub-Zero, and then he went to Cyrex. But he could use anybody, and he could definitely beat anyone on our team in casual matches because he's just a technical game fighting player or fighting game player.
Yeah.
He has the best technical skills out of anybody because he's been playing fighting games for so long.
You watch him practice, and it's just like he's there forever, just doing the same combo over.
He just came up with one bar with Cyrex. He was one meter bar. It's like a 94% combo or something.
Yeah, he mastered that.
Like, come on.
Cyrex, how are you doing this thing?
No, that's not this show. Come on.
But everybody is at least, top 5 with their character on the team, if not the best.
Yeah.
Johnny Cage with Aaron, Katana on 16-bit, Phil's with Noob, and Tom's with Smoke, and
Jeremiah Shiva.
Yeah, Jeremiah with Shiva.
Will's Cabal.
And the rest of the team. Who can even remember their names? I don't even know. But
that would be Mo and Medina.
yeah, Mo.
Mo and his Ermac. Mo and his, let's talk about Mo's throws. Mo will just kill you by throwing you, and it's insane. Yeah, but like...
Ain't nothing wrong with
He'll jump full screen, land in front of you so you can't anti-air him, and then dash in and throw you. It's crazy. And I was talking to Tom Brady, and he was telling me when they were testing the games, he was making a joke that Mo would just write down techniques of how to throw people out of things. And just, because when they were testing Mortal Kombat, it was hilarious.
Oh, yeah, because he was testing it originally.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
So what's your future for MK? Like Injustice comes out and
you're done with MK?
Well, we're switching to an Injustice team, correct?
Everybody's just new shirts. They're all red now and everything.
Yeah. I'm gonna still. I really like playing the characters that I like to play. Of course, you get frustrated when you don't win, and when your character sucks.
Well, it's really cool that there's not a lot of people. All right, the bad thing about competitive play, something that I do not condone whatsoever, is choosing a character to win with.
Right.
I know it's like play to win. That's what they do. I don't want to do that. And Phil, and like 16-bit, is the same way, which is totally awesome. And Tom got lucky with
Can you
being.
say that any more salty?
Tom got lucky with his character, and Smoke turned out to be a very good character, and so did Katana. It was very good. Phil chose Noob Saibot. Noob Saibot's a very good character, but he doesn't have a lot to bring as far as like he's very specialized, and unless you do certain things with his character and the other person kind of makes mistakes or gets caught, Noob's not a very great character in a matchup for that, and Phil will go out there and still play as Noob, and he's like one of the greatest Noobs there are, and so, I really respect that he sticks with that character, and that's totally awesome. We actually have a lot of people on our team, like Aaron plays Johnny Cage, he originally played Kano, but, he sticks with Johnny Cage, and what does he dabble with Kenshi? But like tournament, it's like Cage, and that's the big thing, which is great about our guys, is that we are so dedicated to the characters.
Right. Like you see in this community where they pick their main, players will pick their main character, and then they'll lose and they'll go straight to the select screen. That's a big thing with the Mortal Kombat community now, is matchups and counter picking. Picking your character and seeing who they pick, lose the match, and then counter pick to someone else, because a lot of the characters that are really good, it's easy to be good with them for many people. Like,
Yeah.
Kung Lao.
Kung Lao,
Johnny
for
Cage,
example.
Reptile. It's just like that. But my future in this game,
The
I'm
whole
going to...
cast, except for Noob.
Except for Noob Saiba, yeah.
Yes, Noob is...
Yeah, he's just...
the worst character in the game.
No. But I love the game. It's fun to play. It's awesome to be on the team with my friends. And I really, really love going to tournaments. Not just because playing the game. It's because everybody there you can talk to and you have a good time with. And you're not doing the everyday things that you're doing normally. It's a great experience. And when Injustice comes out, I'm definitely going to play that game because the game looks awesome, and I'm very excited for that. And we'll see what happens when that happens.
Okay.
What are you going to do, Tom? Or did you already cover that?
Yeah, we already covered
Oh,
it.
okay.
All right, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I think we should probably take a small break. We are about four hours and 20 minutes into the podcast.
Only
So
4 more to go, guys.
Yeah.
let's take a small break, reset,
All right.
and we'll be back.
Cool.
See ya.